Chapter 131. It could be said that the Magic Potion Association had mobilized all of its members for this potion refinement. In addition, the newly joined Yun Sheng was making the final preparations for the refinement of the tribute of the Moon God. His Highness the Crown Prince and the people from Wushuan Everlasting House are all here. This time, the Magic Potion Association will definitely be able to hold their heads high. And Jia was making the final mobilization. He felt that even the heavens were helping them this time. The Combat Association's joint attack had failed. Their Holy Spirit water would definitely be able to win the glory that the Magic Potion Association deserved. On the Magic Potion Association's side, other than the mage who had been injured and could not participate earlier, Yun Sheng had seen the remaining people a few times during her previous refinements. Although she could not say that she was familiar with them, she could recognize their faces. The other two people from the Magic Potion Association were the 11-year-old junior student, Wang Hua, and the other was an intermediate student like in Jia, Hua Kiki. The division of labor between the five of them had also been determined during the previous refinements. Potioneers were different from healers because refining potions required a large amount of magical elements. The reason why the tribute of the Moon God was difficult to refine was that it required a lot of magical elements. Under normal circumstances, it required a mage at the level of a master mage to successfully refine it. However, after years of research and guidance from his mentor, President Njia had successfully divided the refinement of the tribute of the Moon God into several steps. I believe that everyone is already very familiar with the refinement of the tribute of the Moon God. Later, Wang Hua will do the preliminary processing of the materials. I will do the purification of the magical materials. Gufeng's light magical elements will act as the potion additive. Cuckoo will mix the potion, and Yun Sheng will do the final step of stabilizing the potion. After Njie finished his instructions, he checked the magical materials again. After making sure that everything was ready, he urged a few of them to go to the square. Senior Cuckoo, I'll help you carry the materials. Gufeng saw that Hua Kiki was holding several magical materials in her hands, which looked very cumbersome. He took the initiative to help her carry them. Hua Kiki and Gufeng had a good relationship. Both of them were public students and children from a mountain village. When Gufeng had first entered the potions department, Hua Kiki had always taken care of Gufeng. No need, I'll do it myself. Hua Kiki refused Gufeng, holding the magic materials in her hands tightly. She looked very nervous. Everyone didn't care. Among the five people, except for Yun Sheng, who looked calm, the rest of them felt as if their hearts were beating like drums. They were extremely nervous. Although everyone had already refined a few potions before this, the refinement of potions was much more unpredictable than the combination of magic spells. The slightest mistake could lead to unforeseen events. Moreover, everyone usually stayed in the laboratory to refine magic potions. Later, they would have to refine magic potions in front of all the teachers and students of the academy. For everyone in the Magic Potion Association, this was the first time in history. This time, failure was not an option. In the square, the instructors and students had been waiting anxiously for a long time. In order to make it easier to refine magic potions, the instructors of the potions department had brought over magic potion utensils and long tables. Yun Sheng and the others stood in a position, and more than 20 types of magic materials were placed one by one on the long table. I am Anjia, the president of the Magic Potion Association. Today, we will be refining Holy Spirit water. There will be a total of 5 participants in the refinement, involving 23 types of magic materials. They are respectively. Anjia explained to everyone. After the explanation, Wang Hua immediately started the first step of processing the magic materials. All kinds of animal skins, herbs, fruits, and magic crystals were cut up using magic and arranged in order. Anjia then started the most preliminary purification of the materials. He used the most common fire refining method. The fire element removed the excess impurities inside the materials, and the quality of the magic materials was further improved. After Anjia was done, Gufeng saw that Hua Kiki was motionless and reminded her softly. Yinsheng couldn't help but glance at Hua Kiki, and found that the moment Goofing called her, her breathing suddenly quickened. Hua Kiki doesn't look right. Yunsheng frowned. She's probably nervous. Yunsheng, I'm nervous too. Goofing didn't mind. He just hoped that he wouldn't make a mistake when he added the light element later. It wasn't as simple as being nervous. Goofing, did something happen to Hua Kiki's family recently? With the intuition of a doctor, Yunsheng felt that Hua Kiki was more guilty than nervous. Just now, when Anjie was refining the magic materials, Hua Kiki seemed to have exchanged glances with Chen Lianer, who was sitting in the guest seats. Yes, Sister Kiki's family isn't very well off. Her father is a stonemason. I heard that 3 months ago, he accidentally broke his leg while quarrying stones. Because he didn't have the money to treat it, he became paralyzed. Sister Kiki said that after participating in the refining of the moon goddess's tribute, she will quit school and go out to earn money to support her family. Goofing sighed. After becoming an intermediate student, the academy would no longer provide financial aid. Learning to be a magic apothecary required a lot of magic materials. He also felt that it was a pity that Sister Kiki couldn't continue her studies for the sake of her family. Yunsheng nodded and suddenly said, Goofeng, here's a bottle of meditation water. Drink it first. If there's an accident later, immediately use the light of tomorrow. Why? Haven't we practiced it many times already? There haven't been any accidents. Goofing became even more nervous after hearing this. It's just to be prepared. Yunsheng threw a bottle of meditation water to Goofeng and drank one herself at the same time. She also hoped that she was just being paranoid. In any case, drinking the meditation water would only be beneficial to her later refining, and there would be no harm. It's the 18th, and Jie and Wang Hua didn't pay attention to Yunsheng and Goofing's little movements. The two of them stared intently at Enkiki, fusing the magic materials one by one. With 5 more materials, the magic fusion would be completed. At that time, Goofing would just have to add in the light magic elements and change the attributes of the potion. Finally, Yunsheng would stabilize the potion. It's the 23rd. Hua Kiki nodded at Goofing after he finished drinking the meditation water. Goofing raised his magic scepter and added a few strands of light magic elements into the fused potion. Beside him, Hua Kiki looked at Goofing with some guilt, but in the end, she retreated to the side. After the milky white magic elements were added, the color of the fused potion gradually turned white. Just as Goofing heaved a sigh of relief and was about to let Yunsheng do the final stabilization of the potion, in the potion bottle, the dozens of fused magic materials suddenly changed. Goofing's face was filled with horror. Beside him, Jie and Wang Hua also turned pale with fright. The magic materials of various attributes were like a raging tide, one after another, making popping sounds. It looked like a violent and restless lightning. The potions were conflicting. Chapter 132. Potion conflicts were the last thing any potion master on the continent wanted to see. The most difficult step in the refinement of magic potions was to fuse magic materials of different attributes together. But if the potion fusion failed, or if the potion master did not do any of the steps correctly, it would lead to the failure of the potion refinement. But if a normal potion refinement failed, it would at most be a waste of magic materials. But if someone mixed magic materials of different attributes together, such as water, fire, wind, earth, light, and dark magic materials, or elements that violated the laws of nature, it would lead to a potion conflict. When magic materials of different attributes were forcefully fused together, the effect would be no less than the explosion of a small nuclear bomb in the modern sense. In front of them, the potion bottle that was a few steps away from Goofing was brewing a terrible potion conflict. Several magic elements of different colors were repelling each other. The potion bottle seemed to have grown wings as it kept scurrying around the square. Goofing was pulled aside by Yunsheng, and the rest of the people for the Magic Potion Association were scared out of their wits. Evacuate the crowd immediately. The dean of the Magic Academy felt a headache coming on. What was going on today? Not only did the Combat Association fail, The Magic Potion Association was even more ridiculous. They actually refined a magic bomb that could be detonated at any time. Huakiki, how much did the Combat Association give you? Yin Sheng's gaze suddenly turned cold as she questioned Huakiki. Huakiki was also panicking. She stammered, I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then what's that in your sleeve? Yin Sheng grabbed Huakiki's sleeve and tore it forcefully. A jade pendant fell to the ground. That jade pendant looked ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a magic tool that contained some turbid magic elements. Yun Sheng could even feel the slight presence of dark magic elements in it. Even if there was only a tiny bit of darkness element, it would be enough to cause an earth-shattering change in a purified potion. Needless to say, Goofing still needed to add light element into the potion. Once she wore this jade pendant, Huakiki would be contaminated with turbid air when she used magic. When the turbid air entered the magic potions and met with the light element, it would inevitably cause a conflict between the magic potions. It was no wonder that the Holy Spirit water would clash at the last moment. I didn't know it would be like this. I thought that this magic item would only cause the magic medicine to fail. Huakiki was also anxious. Chun Lianer didn't tell her that it would cause the magic medicine to clash. What are you all still standing there for? Leave the square immediately. The various teachers of the Royal Magic Academy immediately regained their composure after their initial panic and instructed the students to leave the square. Taking advantage of the fact that the potions had yet to explode, they had to set up a barrier beside the square. It's over. It's all over this time, President Njie said with a long face. Huakiki lowered her head in shame under everyone's stares. No matter the outcome of the tribute of the moon god this time, the Magic Medicine Association was completely finished this time. As Chun Lianer retreated, she gloated at the members of the Magic Medicine Association who were at a loss for what to do. She never left any leeway when she did things. The Magic Medicine Association had to be eliminated. She used Huakiki's father's illness and her own personal wealth to threaten Nkiki. Nkiki would definitely not admit that there was someone behind her. The Magic Medicine Association was in big trouble. They would definitely face the fate of disbanding the association. Don't worry, we haven't failed in the refinement. As long as we can disperse the turbid magic elements in the magic potions, it will be fine. The surroundings were in a mess, but Yin Sheng calmed down. She ran towards the magic potion that was like a ticking time bomb. Come back. That student, I'm talking about you. It's very dangerous. Come back quickly. The teachers who were retreating didn't expect that there would be a student who would recklessly run over at this time. Yin Sheng, I'll go with you. Goofing thought for a moment and also rushed over. Not far away, Abandoned cursed, idiots. Those two damn fellows only knew how to cause trouble for him. However, after cursing out loud, Abandoned gritted his teeth and followed after them. In the blink of an eye, the three of them rushed in front of the magic potion that was scurrying around like a headless fly. Yun Sheng flew into the air, and a ball of bright flame appeared in her hand. She grabbed a magic potion bottle that looked like a ball of lightning. The magic potion bottle cracked. The broken glass shards were extremely sharp and pierced Yun Sheng's delicate palm, instantly causing fresh blood to flow. Yin Sheng. Goofing was shocked. He didn't expect Yun Sheng to dare to use her hand to grab the restless magic elements. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The magic potion that was constantly scurrying around couldn't struggle in Yun Sheng's hand. Yin Sheng, Goofeng, abandon. Are you trying to anger me to death? Yin Sheng, withdraw immediately. It's too dangerous. After Teacher Mary evacuated most of the students, she found that her three troublemakers had disappeared again. She turned back to look and was almost scared to death by the scene in front of her. As an experienced potion apothecary, no one knew better than Teacher Mary the consequences of a magic potion conflict. She had once witnessed a potion apothecary's entire magic potion laboratory being razed to the ground in a magic potion storm. That potion apothecary himself was directly blown into powder, and even his bones couldn't be seen. The scale of that magic potion storm was not small compared to that magic potion storm. Teacher Mary didn't know that among all magic potion storms, the magic potion storm formed by the conflict between the two magic elements of light and darkness was the most powerful. This time, Yunsheng was facing a magic potion storm formed by the fusion of these two elements. Gufeng, retreat to the side. If the magic potion in my hand explodes, you will immediately activate the ball of light. When Yunsheng saw Gufeng and Abandon running over, she was moved, but she didn't want to implicate the two of them. The magic potion conflict in her hand became more and more intense. The constantly jumping lightning was like a drill, and Yunsheng felt that her hand was about to be pierced. The lightning formed by the magic potion conflict formed a small lightning vortex, constantly jumping in Yunsheng's hand, and waves of pain assaulted her. If this continued, her hand would be crippled. Yunsheng's small face was drenched in sweat. She was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. It was as if she had tied a time bomb. If the magic potion lightning vortex in her hand was thrown away, it would definitely explode immediately. Deputy Director, why aren't we leaving? Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai had already evacuated most of the accompanying disciples of Wushuan Limitless School. But at this time, the deputy director's fighting strength didn't move. Even with a martial artist's tyrannical physique, it was enough to endure a magic potion lightning vortex. Interesting. Look at that girl's movements. I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen someone who doesn't care about their lives. It seems that the person we're looking for has been found. Zhang stroked his stubbled chin. Not only did he not leave, he even stopped to pay attention to Yunsheng's every move. Chapter 133. Within the Royal Academy, most of the crowd had already been evacuated. Those who remained were only a few teachers, 3 people from the 13 Magical Potions group, and 3 people from the Wushuan Limitless Library. Those who did not have absolute strength did not have the guts to stay. When everyone's gaze was focused on the magic lightning vortex in Yunsheng's hand did something that made everyone cry out in surprise. Her hand, a hand that was badly mutilated and bones could be seen, suddenly moved. Yunsheng clenched her teeth and persevered. The intense pain had already numbed her body, but her mind was still clear. The magical elemental fluctuations caused by the conflict between the magic potions kept moving in Yunsheng's hand, like an electric drill, as if it was going to cut off Yunsheng's hand at any time. But at this time, Yunsheng's fingers moved with difficulty. Her 5 fingers were as soft as 5 boneless snakes, moving up and down, left and right, looking as if she was playing an invisible instrument. Her fingers moved faster and faster. Trillium hand, double the speed, double the speed, double the speed, triple the speed. Like a sports car that stepped on the accelerator in an instant, Yunsheng's fingers moved quickly. As her fingers moved faster, in the end, in everyone's eyes, Yunsheng's hand disappeared and turned into countless finger shadows. It looked as if Yunsheng had grown countless fingers. The restless magic lightning vortex was like an autumn flower that was being played with by Yunsheng in the palm of her hand, no longer able to move around. Oh my God, she's purifying the magic potion again, someone suddenly exclaimed, realizing the real effect of Yunsheng's unknown action. The sky gradually darkened, and in the square, the remaining few people had all forgotten the passage of time. Their eyes were wide open, and they all stared at Yunsheng's hand without blinking. As Yunsheng's fingers moved faster and faster, blood splashed between her fingers, and strands of turbid magical impurities flowed out like strands of hair from the magic potion liquid. Yunsheng could feel that the magic lightning vortex in her palm had gradually calmed down from its initial irritation, like a ship that had fallen after a storm and was docked at the harbor. Gufeng and Abandon at the side had already forgotten themselves. The magic lightning vortex gradually disappeared, and a thick and pure magic potion liquid reappeared in Yunsheng's hand. Gufeng, moonlight grass, jade powder. Yunsheng called out the names of the magic ingredients one by one. Abandon, prepare a brand new magic potion crystal bottle. Her expression was very solemn, very much like a female general who was strategizing. Her two soldiers came back to their senses and quickly prepared new materials. Yun Sheng then used her uninjured left hand to accurately add new magic ingredients into the purified magic potion liquid. After the purification, the last step, which was also the most important step, was to stabilize the magic potion. After all the ingredients were added, Yun Sheng took a deep breath, and her pupils and hands contracted at the same time. She waved her 5 fingers, and a few invisible magic elements mixed into the magic potion liquid. A stream of golden magic potion liquid streaked across everyone's vision like a fountain and fell into the magic potion crystal bottle that Abandon had prepared. There was a wonderful fragrance in the air that was like the fragrance of flowers and spring water. When a magic potion liquid fell into the crystal bottle, a crystal light shone brightly. Look, what is that? Above the crystal bottle, there was an additional luster that was gentle like moonlight. Tonight was the first of the month, and it was supposed to be a moonless night. But in everyone's eyes, they clearly saw a slowly rising moon. It was a full moon, emitting a bright light. The transparent magic potion crystal bottle with a long neck was emitting an indescribably beautiful and moving light. Red, without a trace of impurities, the magic potion that was more dazzling than the rising sun in the east emitted a tempting light. High-grade magic potion, moon god's praise, done. Yun Sheng's voice fell, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At that moment, her whole person was like the moon god descending to earth, emitting a mysterious and gentle light all over. Pot dash, while Yun Sheng was still immersed in the joy of refining the magic potion. A head-on knock landed on her head. Minter Mary's tiger-like face was infinitely enlarged in front of her eyes. Yun Sheng, Gufeng, Abandon, the 3 of you, all 3 members of Magic Potion Team 13, all of you are grounded. You're not allowed to leave the public student dormitory for a week. She was furious, and like a whirlwind, she pulled the 3 troublemakers and left with a bottle of newly refined magic potion, leaving everyone who was still immersed in the beauty of the moon god's praise. Deputy Curator? That bottle of potion? Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai's faces were filled with surprise and joy. There's no need to guess. That kind of aura, ordinary people who smell it once will never forget it for the rest of their lives. When I was in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, I once saw a potion of the same grade refined by the great national hand. On the face of the deputy curator, there was an unfathomable smile. High-grade magic potion, this time the Royal Magic Academy had made a huge profit. A young mage who could refine a high-grade magic potion, TSK, this was definitely a heaven-defying rhythm. Minter Mary's performance, just now, seemed to be angry that a few students didn't listen to her, but in fact, she was protecting them, especially the female student who was refining medicine. Today's matter would definitely be covered up by the Magic Academy in various ways. However, this was also good. The real purpose of their visit today had been achieved, and they didn't have to worry about the Magic Academy not agreeing to the request of the martial arts school. Unexpectedly, the suitable candidate was not from the fighting department, but from the magic potion department, which had always been at a disadvantage. Only then did the few people from Wushuan Limitless School leave. The plaza was in a mess. After Minter Mary sent Yun Sheng and the other 2 back to their dormitory, she immediately brought the bottle of praise of the moon god to the academy. Several of the academy's higher-ups, including the principal, were waiting for Minter Mary. It really is a high-grade potion. I dare to bet with my 43 years of experience as a potion instructor that this bottle is a rare potion on the continent. Not only is it useful for the baptism of a mage's soul, it is also useful for the cleansing of a warrior's marrow and bones. Do you want to publicly display this high-grade potion? This can greatly increase the reputation of our Magic Academy, and it can also dampen the spirit of Wushuan Limitless School. Isn't that so? There's also the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Let them see how powerful the Magic Academy is. All the teachers present had their own thoughts. I don't agree. I don't agree. Mentor Mary and Feng Kuo spoke at almost the same time. The two of them looked at each other. The principal of the Royal Magic Academy also waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He understood what the two of them were thinking. I have already decided. Regarding this bottle of high-grade potion, the Academy has already considered it clearly. To the outside world, you must announce that this bottle of Moon God water was jointly refined by a potion team. Most of the people in the plaza have already been evacuated. Only a few people knew that this bottle of high-grade potion came from one person. Students of the most precious wealth of our Magic Academy. As long as she is still in the Royal Magic Academy, we must ensure her safety. From next week onwards, Yun Sheng, Abandon, and Goofing will officially switch to the Magic Potion Department and the Fighting Department. Chapter 134. When the news of the 3 members of the 13 Magical Potions team turning into a dual cultivation of fighting and potions and directly transferring to classes with the intermediate magic students spread out, it was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. The Royal Magic Academy immediately exploded. The ones who had the biggest reaction were the intermediate students of the fighting department led by Chun Lianer. As for the specific reason for the Academy's arrangement, the teachers were all silenced, and no one was willing to reveal it. The Fighting Association treated this matter as a great humiliation. I feel that the Academy's arrangement is more beneficial to us. So what if they know light magic or alchemy? They're just mages after all. In our hands, they're still at our mercy. After Chun Lianer received the news, she laughed it off. Although the teachers were unwilling to reveal it, she had already vaguely gotten the news from the Crown Prince. Something must have happened during the last refinement. Even the Crown Prince of the Magic Medicine Association, Yi Beiyan, who had allowed her to teach the Magic Medicine Association a lesson, changed his tune this time and reminded Chun Lianer to stop, especially that person called Yun Sheng. That little girl, who was only 7 years old, actually made the Crown Prince see her in a different light. Chun Lianer couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. She was even more determined to deal with Yun Sheng. As long as they were still in the Royal Magic Academy, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to deal with those 3. But this time, Chun Lianer's wishful thinking failed, because someone had taken the lead and had set their sights on the 3 people of the 13 Magical Potions team. And this time, even the principal of the Royal Magic Academy couldn't stop them. You want us to represent the Academy and go to Wuxuan Limitless School as exchange students? Teacher Mei Li seemed to be really angry this time. She locked up Yun Sheng and the others for 7 days before letting the 3 of them out. The first thing Yun Sheng and the other 2 did when they came out was to be called over by the Academic Affairs Office. They were told that the 3 of them would be transferred to Wuxuan Limitless School in the coming year. It turned out that 5 days ago, not long after the Moon God's praise was refined, the vice curator of Wuxuan Limitless School's combat strength came personally. He talked to the principal for 3 hours. The 2 of them talked about something, but after the vice curator left, the principal called teacher Mei Li over. The exchange period is 5 years, which is equivalent to the entire course of an intermediate mage student. During the entire exchange process, you will enjoy all the treatment of the martial arts students of the Wuxuan Limitless School. All your accommodation and life will be taken care of by the martial arts school. The instructor from the Academic Affairs Office explained the general situation of the Wuxuan Limitless School. But Mentor, we are magi. If we were capable of training martial students, we wouldn't have come to the Academy of Magic. Goofin was disoriented by this sudden news. It was not easy for him to fuse with a soul stone and become a mage. He also had a friend that he could confide in, but who knew that he would suddenly have to transfer to Wu Profound Limitless School. Little student, why are there so many buts? Don't be so ungrateful. This is the first time since the establishment of our school that we've had an student exchange program. It would help the mages and warriors of Zhou State to get along harmoniously. You guys are going to Wuxuan Limitless Dojo, the best dojo in Zhou State, one of the top 5 first-rate dojos in the Limitless continent. The instructor from the Academic Affairs Office consoled her earnestly. In her opinion, This was definitely a pie falling from the sky. Minter, since we were learning and training together with the Academy of the Martial Arts School, we must also take the examination together. If we don't pass the examination of the martial arts school, what will the consequences be? Yinsheng understood what Gufing was worried about. Naturally, we have to expel them from the martial arts school. The Wushuan Limitless School is a martial arts student of the Emperor and enjoys the subsidies of the country. The country does not support useless people, the instructor from the Academic Affairs Office blurted out. Then if we are expelled from the martial arts school, will the Academy of Magic still accept us? Yun Sheng was someone who had lived for 2 lifetimes, so she was more considerate than anyone else. If the Wushuan Limitless School doesn't want people, the Academy of Magic naturally won't accept them. The instructor from the Academic Affairs Office once again showed the arrogant temper of a mage. In the eyes of most mages, warriors were just a bunch of boorish people who didn't know how to use their brains. Since that's the case, we won't go to the Wushuan Limitless School. This precious exchange, student qualification, we will give it to someone else. Gufing abandoned, what do you think? After Yun Sheng finished speaking, the other 2 also followed suit. Sigh, little girl, you are really a shrewd person. How can you be so calculative at such a young age? The exchange student quota can't be casually changed. The instructor from the Academic Affairs Office was anxious. She couldn't say that the exchange student quota was designated by the Wushuan Limitless School, so it had to be these 3 people from the 13 Magical Potions group. Minter, that's a matter of the Academy. The 3 of us came to the Royal Magic Academy with the intention of becoming outstanding mages. Although we are public students, we have to pay the corresponding price to continue learning. The Academy can't drive us away for no reason, and can't force us to be exchange students. Yinsheng also didn't budge an inch. Of course, she could also see that the purpose of this exchange student was definitely not as simple as the Academic Affairs Office said. Gufing was worried that he would offend the Academy, so he gave Yinsheng a look from the side. Yinsheng gave him a watch me look. What you said is not completely unreasonable, but the Academy has already agreed to the dojo's invitation. You have to consider the big picture. The instructor from the Academic Affairs Office had never met such a troublesome student. We can consider the big picture, but the Academy must agree to a few of our requests. Yunsheng knew that this exchange student was inevitable. Moreover, she had offended Chunlian, and the Crown Prince's faction. If she really went to class with the intermediate students, she would definitely not have a good life. She might as well go to Zhou State's #1 dojo to broaden her horizons. That day, the strength that the young warriors from Wushuan Wuji Dojo had displayed left a deep impression on her. More importantly, Yinsheng had heard her father, Yun Songhai, mention that her grandfather, Yun Ba, and her second uncle, Yun Songlong, had both learned martial arts from Wushuan Wuji Dojo. After some hesitation, the instructor from the Academic Affairs Office discussed with the Academy and finally agreed to Yunsheng and the other 2's requests. To the Royal Magic Academy, this was an unprecedented experience. It was the first time that a student dared to directly challenge the Academy and negotiate with the Academy. Yunsheng had a total of 3 requests. First, from today onwards, the Magic Potion Association and the Combat Association would be listed as the 2 major associations of the Royal Magic Academy. The 2 associations would have the same status and treatment. Second, thoroughly investigate the matter of the previous magic potion conflict and severely punish Hua Kiki and the mastermind behind it. Third, although they had temporarily left the Royal Magic Academy, they still had the right to return to the Academy from time to time and use the Academy's central magic tower to cultivate magic. Chapter 135. Qi did not object to Yunsheng's 3 conditions, but Gufing had some objections, especially to Yunsheng's second condition. He felt that Yunsheng was petty. Although Hua Kiki had betrayed the Magic Potion Association and everyone else, she had to go against her conscience for the sake of her family. Yunsheng's request for the Academy to punish Hua Kiki was equivalent to cutting off her path to survival. A tainted potion apothecary would not be able to survive in the world of magicians. Before Yunsheng could explain, Qi, who had always been a man of few words, spoke up. Goofing, Yunsheng did not do anything wrong. That day, her hand was almost crippled. When you were soft-hearted towards Hua, Kiki, did she ever think of being kind to us? Qi Bing's cold voice was like a bucket of cold water, drenching Goofing in a daze. Goofing looked at Yunsheng's hand in shame. He would never forget that during the few days of confinement, Yunsheng's right hand was wrapped up like a steamed bun. The lethality of the magic lightning vortex was terrifying. Yunsheng said that she had learned a unique family technique, and that was how she managed to neutralize most of the magic power. If it had been anyone else, their hand would have been crippled long ago. For a magician, the right hand was as important as the heart. Yunsheng could not help but look at Qi gratefully. This kid, at least he still had some conscience. That day, almost everyone's attention was attracted by the high-ranking moon god's praise. Only Qi, who had quietly handed over a bottle of hemostatic potion on the way. Yunsheng's hand was indeed severely injured, but she relied on the Shinnong medical bangle to combine it with the special technique of Trillium's hand to forcefully refine the potion. However, the destructive power of the magic potion lightning vortex formed from the clash of magic potions was indeed astonishing. Even with the heaven-defying Shinnong medical bangle combined with Minter Mary's healing technique, Yunsheng's hand was wrapped in bandages for a full 3 days and 3 nights before it healed. Goofing was still young, so it was understandable that he couldn't understand Yunsheng's way of doing things. However, Qi was at most 1 or 2 years older than them. He agreed with Yunsheng's way of doing things, which surprised Yunsheng. Yunsheng thought to herself that Abandon must have gone through some kind of painful experience, which was why he was so wary of others. Goofing, I admit that my method is a bit extreme, but if there is one Hua Kiki, there will be another Hua Kiki. A potioneer with evil intentions may harm many innocent people. I'm doing this to let others know the consequences of associating with the Combat Association. Yunsheng warned Goofing earnestly. When the 3 of them returned to the public student dormitory, they happened to meet Minter Mary. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to have been waiting for the 3 of them for a long time. The 3 of you, come with me. Minter Mary brought the 3 of them to her residence. The 3 of you should already know about the exchange student matter. This matter was personally ordered by the dean, and there's no way to change it anymore. I also just received the news that there are a few magic tools here. Keep them by your side and bring them to Wushuan Everlasting School for Self-Defense. Minter Mary sighed as she looked at the 3 students in front of her. After getting along with them for a while, she really liked the children in front of her from the bottom of her heart. It was a pity that the current situation did not allow her to be the mentor of the 3 of them. However, after experiencing the moon god water, Minter Mary also knew that she didn't have much to teach the 3 of them in terms of magic potions. Fortunately, after a period of run-in, the 3 of them had also accepted each other. This would be very beneficial for the 3 of them during their exchange trip. Yunsheng and the other 2 received the magic tools and discovered that these magic tools were all intermediate-grade magic tools. On the market, they were all valuable items that were worth at least a few hundred gold coins. Goofing and Qi had never received such a valuable gift in their entire lives. The 2 of them couldn't help but jump for joy as they flipped the magic tools over and over again to check them out. Minter Mary reminded them a few more times before letting the 3 of them go back. Not long after the 3 of them left, Yunsheng returned. Minter Mary, what is the real reason why we joined the Wushuan Limitless School? Yunsheng had long felt that something was wrong. Just now, Minter Mary had a conflicted expression on her face as if she wanted to say something, so she carefully probed. As expected, I can't hide it from you, little girl. Minter Mary was both angry and amused. She set up a barrier around the room to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. In her opinion, Yunsheng's intelligence was enough to digest what she was about to tell her. There was nothing special about the matter of sending exchange students between the Magic Academy and the dojo. After all, outside of Zhou State, including later Qin, Penglai, Immortal Residence, and Tang Yuan, there had always been mutual exchanges between the dojo and the Magic Academy. Especially the Summoners of Penglai, as a special group of mages, they even directly formed a master-servant relationship with the warriors and relied on each other. However, Zhou State had only developed magic for a short period of time. The relationship between the Yujing Imperial Magic Academy and the Wushuan Limitless School had been going on for so many years. To put it nicely, it was called being respectful to each other. To put it bluntly, it was that they didn't like each other. The two sides fought for resources, fought for fame, and used all kinds of methods. This time, Wushuan Limitless School suddenly proposed an exchange student, especially Yun Sheng and the others. The dean of the Imperial Academy originally didn't agree. One was a student who could refine high-grade magic potions, Yun Sheng. Although everyone agreed that Yun Sheng could only refine the praise of the moon god by chance, it was undeniable that her potential was definitely top-notch. One was a student who could use light magic goofing. There was also a student with a mysterious poison magic. Any one of them was a precious treasure for the current Imperial Magic Academy. What made the dean relent, in the end, wasn't just the high pressure from Wushuan Limitless School. There was another reason, and it was because of the 8 Baron Divine Artifact. When that name was mentioned, Teacher Mei Li's expression suddenly became serious. Yun Sheng even felt that there was an invisible pressure in the room, and that pressure was brought by the 8 Baron Divine Artifact that Teacher Mei Li mentioned. Divine Artifact, just this name alone was enough to give one some clues. The magic artifacts refined by mages were used to store magic or magic power. According to the strength of the magic, they were divided into 3 types: elementary, intermediate, and high. Above the magic artifacts were the holy artifacts, and above the holy artifacts were the divine artifacts. A divine artifact referred to an artifact that stored divine power. It could be a weapon or a treasure, and no matter which one it was not easy for the world to see it. Once a divine artifact appeared, it would at least cause a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, and at worst, it would cause a natural disaster. No matter which one it would definitely cause chaos in the world, and the heroes would chase after it. Unlike magic artifacts and holy artifacts, which are divided according to their levels, divine artifacts are divided according to different periods of history. Yun Sheng had once heard his teacher mention the 8 Baron Divine Artifact in the Magic Academy's elementary magic course. This was a special period, but his teacher did not mention the 8 Baron Divine Artifact at that time. The so-called 8 Baron Divine Artifact referred to the divine artifacts left behind from the ancient 8 Desolate era. Chapter 136. The memories of the 8 Desolation period from magic classes were still very clear. The so-called 8 Desolation period was a special period that happened on the Boundless Continent. At that time, humans and demonic beasts lived side by side and ruled separately. There were no vassal states on the continent, so humans were very weak. The demonic beasts were ruled by the 8 strongest dire beast tribes. For a long time, the demonic beasts treated humans as food and forced humans to the point where they could not survive. Then, 8 powerful humans appeared. They used 8 divine artifacts to kill the leaders of the 8 dire beast tribes and drove the demonic beasts away. They also sealed all the demonic beasts that were above the Lord level in the Dutian Blood Beast world. Since then, humans were the true rulers of the Boundless Continent. The demonic beasts were also reduced to tools for human magicians, warriors, and summoners. In order to commemorate the 8 mighty figures of the human race and the bloody period of the wild beasts, the later generations recorded the ancient 8 Desolates into history. After the 8 mighty figures of the human race died, the 8 divine artifacts left behind were also respectfully called the 8 Desolates divine artifacts. Teacher Mei Li told Yun Sheng about the 8 divine artifacts. Immortal Holy Grail, a medicinal cup with incredible power. It has 2 sides, yin and yang. The yin side can be used to refine deadly poisons, while the yang side can be used to refine elixirs that can neutralize hundreds of poisons. Netherworld Ghost Key has magical power. Legend has it that it can open the secret key to the netherworld ghost world. Halberd of the Divine War, the weapon of the first martial god. Kill a human and a beast and add their soul energy to the halberd of the Divine War, doubling its power. Summoning Demon Hand, the right hand of the first Zao, State Emperor Zao. Possessing it is equivalent to possessing the power of a legendary summoner. Heavenly Fate Mirror. Inject your spiritual energy into the mirror to see a person's past, present, and future. It can also reflect all magic attacks. Magic Bracelet. A bracelet that can raise all magic attributes by 1 grade. It belonged to the first Divine Lord. Heart Lamp. The light of the heart lamp can cause humans and beasts to hallucinate and use it to control their souls. Dongwang Qing. An ancient Qing left behind by the first emperor of the Dongwang dynasty. It can calm one's heart and eliminate the demons in one's heart. This was the first time Yunsheng had heard of the Octotera divine artifacts. Her mind was shaken, especially when she heard about the immortal Holy Grail. In her heart, she thought that if she had the Holy Grail, she would definitely be able to cure the poison in her father's body. However, the Octotera divine artifacts were divine artifacts after all. Presumably, not just anyone could obtain them. Where are the 8 divine artifacts now? The Shennong medical bracelet on her hand was also considered a divine tool, but compared to this so-called Bahuang divine tool, it paled in comparison. Yunsheng naturally did not know that she had only unearthed 1/10 of the true use of the Shennong medical bracelet on her hand. His whereabouts are unknown. Teacher Meili could not help but sigh. Yunsheng's question was also the question of countless people. After successfully killing the chief of the Bakra orcs, the 8 almighty beings who had saved the human race had also exhausted their divine energy. The 8 of them took their respective divine artifacts and went into seclusion to cultivate. Among them, 4 of them benefited from the disaster and successfully broke through after their seclusion. They respectively established the Dongwang dynasty, the Zao state, the Dharma temple, and the Long Qian martial dojo. The remaining 4 were not so lucky. One of them failed in his seclusion and lost all his cultivation. One of them went berserk during his seclusion and was killed by his enemy. The other 2 were a couple. After their seclusion, the 2 of them comprehended the heavenly Tao and finally left the boundless land hand in hand. As for the 4 people who were either dead, crippled, or left, their divine artifacts also became ownerless, and no one knew where they were. As for the couple, it was said that they hid their divine artifacts in 2 places on the mainland, waiting for the fated person to find them. As for the 4 divine artifacts that had owners, their owners passed away one after another about 100 years later. The descendants of the owners of the divine artifacts fought over them crazily. After many killings, after changing owners, after experiencing all sorts of changes, no one knew where they ended up. Teacher Meili, since everything is gone, then why did you say that the reason we are heading to Wu Profound Limitless School this time is because of the 8 Wastelands divine artifact? Yunsheng was naturally very envious of the divine artifacts. However, she also understood very well that divine artifacts and the like were all spiritual objects. Only those who were truly comparable to the 8 supreme expertess of the human clan in the past could truly obtain the approval of the 8 Wastelands divine artifact and display the effects of the 8 Wastelands divine artifact. In the hands of an able person, a divine artifact would only be a divine artifact. In the hands of an ordinary person, not only would it be useless, it would even bring about a fatal disaster. The battle strength of the Wu Profound Limitless School's vice-head has received news that within 5 years, a divine artifact will be unearthed on the continent. Teacher Mei Li's eyes were filled with surprise. The power of a divine artifact was enough to make the world go crazy, and Teacher Mei Li was no exception. Then why was he so kind as to tell us the news? The people of the Wu Profound Limitless School can send their own people to snatch it. Yunsheng did not think that the fighting strength was such a kind person. That uncle was obviously a shrewd person, because he can't be sure which divine artifact it is that was unearthed. The Eight Wastelands divine artifact had a special characteristic. Other than the 4 divine artifacts that had been missing for a long time, the other 4 divine artifacts would only recognize people of the same profession as their first master. Only when the corresponding person appeared would they appear. In other words, 4 of the divine artifacts would only appear in the world when the summoner, mage, warrior, and the descendants of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty were present. What the Wu Profound Limitless School wanted the most was the War God Halberd, but they were not sure if the divine artifact that was unearthed was the War God Halberd. But if it's a divine artifact that they can't control, it's useless even if they snatch it away. Why bother to mobilize so many people? Yinsheng asked in confusion. You don't know about this. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can't let the divine artifact fall into the hands of others or countries. Not to mention, there's another saying about the 8 Wastelands divine artifact. Back then, the 8 supreme beings of the human clan were all life and death friends. When a divine artifact was unearthed, it would trigger the other 7 divine artifacts to be unearthed one after another. Furthermore, as long as one has a divine artifact in hand, when they encounter other divine artifacts, the divine artifact will automatically warn them. Teacher Mei Li did not tell Goofing and Abandoned because she was worried that the 2 of them were still young and would not be able to control themselves. However, Yinsheng was different. She had a calm personality and was good at thinking. She could take on the role of the leader of the 13 Magic Potions group. When the Battle Strength received the news that the divine artifact had been unearthed, they had to find a suitable mage and summoner. He was a citizen of the Zhou state, so he naturally had to search within the Zhou state. Furthermore, the mage and summoner that he found had to ensure that they would completely obey the orders of the Wu Profound Limitless School. Therefore, after he chose Yinsheng and the others, he proposed the exchange student request. The vice curator of the Battle Strength agreed that if the 8 Wastelands divine artifact that was about to be unearthed was a divine bracelet that was suitable for mages, he would give it to the Royal Magic Academy. This was the reason why the Magic Academy agreed to the dojo in the end. I believe that no rational mage would be able to refuse this condition. Chapter 137. The temptation of the 8 Wastelands artifact was too great. There were not many people in the entire continent who could resist the temptation of the artifact. After Teacher Mei Li told Yinsheng the real reason for the exchange, she repeatedly warned Yinsheng not to tell Goofing and abandon the truth of the matter, lest the 2 of them could not resist the temptation and make a mistake in the future. Not to mention Goofing and abandon. When Yinsheng returned to the public dormitory alone, there was only one thought in her mind: the immortal Holy Grail. She wanted to find the immortal Holy Grail. The poison in Yun Songhai's body was temporarily suppressed under the effect of Yun Meng's frozen sleep. However, as long as the poison was not removed, her father would not be able to wake up. Yinsheng hoped to see her father again and wake up. She had already lost her mother, so she could not lose her father again. Even if the news from Wushuan Limitless School said that the artifact unearthed was not the immortal Holy Grail, as long as she obtained that artifact, she could find clues to find the next one. However, before that, she had to obtain the approval of the people from Wushuan Limitless School. This was because Teacher Mei Li had also said that the battle strength had not been decided yet. Who among the 3 of them would be brought along, or other mages, to search for the artifact? In the next few years, she had to obtain a certain status and recognition in Wushuan Limitless School. Yinsheng was lost in thought all the way. It was already late at night, and under the dim yellow illumination of the magic array, her figure was reflected on the lawn of the campus, dragging a slender figure. With a whoosh, a person jumped out from the side. To return to the public dormitory, one had to pass through a remote path. The surroundings were already silent. The one who blocked Yinsheng was Hua Kiki. In just a few days, Hua Kiki's appearance was much worse than Yinsheng's. Although her family background was ordinary, she was an intermediate student after all. In the magic medicine department, she was considered a top figure. But now, because of Yinsheng, She had fallen to a situation worse than a dog. Hua Qi's face, which could only be considered pleasant to look at, now looked like a resentful ghost. Yunsheng, you bitch. You've caused me so much trouble. I have nothing now. It's all because of you. One of the conditions for Yunsheng to become an exchange student was to ask the Academy to thoroughly investigate the cause of the magic thunder explosion. The Academy had to give an explanation, but they couldn't directly pursue Chen Lianer's responsibility, so they pushed all the blame onto Hua Qi. Not only was she chased out of the Royal Academy of Magic, the most fatal thing was that she was stripped of her qualifications as a magician and was permanently added to the blacklist of magicians on the continent. As a result, Hua Qi was like a rat on the street. After she left, not only could she not support her family, she could not even return home. She didn't have the face to return to her hometown and meet her parents. She also didn't have the ability to continue staying in Jade Capital. But Yunsheng, the one who caused her all the pain, obtained the qualifications to be an exchange student. In a few days, she would be heading to Wushuan Everlasting School. She couldn't accept all of this. You have nothing to begin with. Anyone who tries to obtain something that doesn't belong to them will end up with nothing. Move aside. Don't force me to call the school guards to chase you out. Hua Qi must have secretly snuck back after being chased out of the school. I could have entered the Imperial Hospital. It's all because of you. Hua Qi's face was twisted as she took out a jade pendant. The black jade pendant. It was this jade pendant that contaminated the magic medicine on the day it was refined, causing Yunsheng and the others to almost die from the magic thunder explosion. At the same time, this jade pendant was also a magic tool. Hua Qi held the jade pendant in her hand. From the jade pendant, streams of turbid black gas flowed out like black worms. The black gas enveloped her entire body, causing her body to rapidly change. Not good. This is demonization. Hua Qi had already been blinded by hatred. She allowed the dark magic elements in the jade pendant to continuously devour her soul and consciousness. She had become a dark mage. I will make you pay the price of your death. All of you will die. And Qi laughed loudly. She raised the magic scepter in her hand, and a black magic element shot out, transforming into a meter-long poisonous centipede with countless poisonous feet. Dark magic was indeed powerful. It actually allowed Hua Qi to reach a terrifying state of magic simulation in an instant. Yunsheng stood in her original position. Under the illumination of the magic array, her expression was abnormally calm. She didn't take out her magic scepter. Her hand slowly moved. Hua Qi, who had already had most of her consciousness devoured by the dark magic elements, noticed Yunsheng's actions. She still had some impression of the same action. That day, in the square, when a magic thunder explosion appeared, Yunsheng used the same method to slowly purify the contaminated magic medicine. However, why did she suddenly do this now? A ball of light that swallowed and spat out lightning was continuously forming. In the ball of light, two types of elements, blue and red, were jumping. Those were the water and fire elements. How could it be? How could Yunsheng control the water and fire elements at the same time? Hua Qi was in disbelief. She even forgot to attack. She only stared at the ball of light that was getting brighter and brighter in Yunsheng's hand. Hua Qi, I should be thanking you. Thanks to your help that day, I was able to comprehend my first personal profound magic. On the Boundless Continent, most of the magic was passed down. After a mage comprehended a brand new personal magic, such as Goofing's Heavenly Sphere of Light, this personal magic would be called profound magic. Profound magic was often a mage's final killing move. Profound magic? Who exactly are you? How could you comprehend profound magic, water magic elements, and fire magic elements? You are clearly a fire and earth dual element mage. Could it be that you are a multi-element mage? Hua Qi couldn't help but take a few steps back. She looked at the ball of light in Yunsheng's hand that was getting brighter and brighter. That magic lightning vortex that was getting stronger and stronger in Yunsheng's hand made Hua Qi feel the taste of death. She wanted to escape, but it was too late. In front of profound magic, Her magic mimicry couldn't even withstand a single blow. Magic lightning vortex. Yunsheng's profound magic was a magic lightning vortex. It was a combination of water and fire elements. It was the most violent and destructive magic lightning vortex. Goodbye, Hua Kiki. Under the illumination of that ball of magic lightning, Yunsheng's slender fingers were almost transparent. Her lips curled into an intoxicating smile. At that moment, Hua Kiki felt regret. Who exactly did she offend? The ball of light flashed past. On the remote path, it was like a shooting star. There was a burnt smell in the air. On the ground, there was a long ditch. After tonight, no one would realize that Hua Kiki was missing from the world. Chapter 138. It was her first time killing someone. The process was not bloody, but it was very violent. After killing Hua Kiki, Yunsheng was stunned for a moment. This was her first time killing someone in the truest sense of the word. Yunsheng was a healer. The huge contrast between saving people in her previous life and saving people in this life made her feel uncomfortable for a moment. Using part of the dark magic energy in her body made Yunsheng feel a sense of loss of control. If she did not control dark magic properly, she would be like Hua Kiki just now and lose her humanity. It seemed that she had to be careful when using dark magic elements in the future. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart, calmed her mind, and meditated for a moment. After a long while, she finally calmed down. The situation just now was a critical moment where she would die if the enemy survived. Fortunately, Yunsheng controlled herself, or else she would have gone mad. Recalling the scene just now, Yunsheng had to admit that the magic vortex was much more powerful than she had imagined. Hua Kiki was already a mid-level archmage student. Under the effect of the jade pendant, her strength had reached the peak of archmage and even the threshold of a master mage. Under the circumstances of using the magic vortex, Yunsheng was sure that she could kill enemies above her level. If she had the help of Xiaohei and Puffed Egg, she believed that she could kill a master mage above her level and escape smoothly. However, this did not mean that she could use the magic vortex at will, because she had paid a heavy price for it. The magic elements in her body were almost exhausted, and there was not much left. Yunsheng looked at her right hand again. There was a layer of ferocious blisters on her palm. I've practiced a few more times. With the protection of the chalcedony skill, the next time I use it, it shouldn't be blisters. Although she used the chalcedony skill to protect her palm and sped up the technique of Trillium Hand by several times, her hand was still fragile in the face of the powerful magic vortex. After all, Yunsheng only had a body of flesh and blood. Even with the Shinnong medical bracelet, it was vulnerable in front of the powerful magic elements. Yunsheng was a very good learner, whether it was in medicine or magic. Yunsheng was determined to become a powerful magician after she obtained a 5-elemental magic spirit in her father's illness. One day, she would rely on her own strength to save her father and bring him into the Marshal Saint General's mansion. Yunsheng hadn't been immersed in inexplicable joy during the time she had been confined by Master Mary. That joy wasn't because she had concocted a high-grade magic potion, the praise of the moon god, but because of the magic lightning vortex. She had clearly realized the power of the magic lightning vortex that day. Even if it was someone as powerful as the vice head of the Wushuan Limitless School or the principal of the Magic Academy, when they saw the magic lightning vortex, their first reaction was to try their best to avoid it. When Yunsheng was controlling the magic lightning vortex with her hand, she tried to use the internal energy of the Jade Essence skill in her body to dissolve the violent and restless magic lightning vortex. The Jade Essence skill had indeed formed a layer of internal energy similar to a protective membrane on her hand, but the intense magic conflict still produced a current, which quickly passed through her hand and drilled into her body and her mind. At first, she only felt pain, but after the pain, Yunsheng discovered that her magic spirit had undergone a slight change under the stimulation of the magic lightning vortex. Yunsheng's magic spirit was obtained from Yibaiming. At first, it was a 5-colored magic spirit: red, yellow, green, blue, and black. But after she had experienced the magic lightning vortex last time, a small crack had appeared in the middle of her original dark magic spirit. That crack wasn't big. Yunsheng observed it for a while, but she didn't find anything special. The crack also didn't expand, and it didn't have much effect on her magic, so she didn't pay it much attention. Yunsheng tried to use the water and fire magic elements in her body. After many experiments, she finally fused them together to create the fatal attack that killed Hua Kiki tonight. This also allowed Yunsheng to successfully comprehend her first profound magic after goofing. No one knew this secret. Hua Kiki, who had witnessed this scene, had already turned into a pile of scorched earth. When Yunsheng cleaned up the scene, she discovered that after Hua Kiki was killed, her dark chaos jade pendant wasn't destroyed by the magic lightning vortex. What kind of material was it that even the magic lightning vortex, which was like a small nuclear bomb, couldn't destroy it? Yunsheng touched the jade pendant. Where her finger touched, Yunsheng could feel a gloomy and cold feeling. This jade pendant carried a large amount of dark magic spirit. It was a very evil magic weapon. Magicians with weak cultivation, like Hua Kiki, would definitely be affected if they wore it for a long time. No wonder Hua Kiki lost control. Yunsheng originally thought that this jade pendant was given to Hua Kiki by Chun Lianer. But when she thought about Chun Lianer, although she was domineering and arrogant, she didn't have the slightest trace of dark magic spirit. This jade pendant couldn't have come from Chun Lianer. It seemed that other than Chun Lianer, Hua Kiki might have contacted other people outside the academy. It was a pity that she was already dead and the truth couldn't be found out. On the jade pendant, there were 2 ancient characters engraved. Yunsheng could only vaguely make out the word Ming. It seemed that Hua Kiki's death wasn't simple. It was very likely that some mysterious organization was involved. Yunsheng thought for a while and threw the jade pendant into the beast language ring. After returning to the public student dormitory, Yunsheng went to sleep with her clothes on. Steady snoring sounds could be heard in the dormitory, but she could also hear 2 beds tossing and turning from time to time. It seemed that the news of transferring to Wushuan Limitless School to study still made the other 2 members of Magical Medicine Group 13 somewhat anxious. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The same sleepless mood also enveloped the sky above a certain training ground in Wushuan Limitless School. It was a square training ground paved with well-tempered steel bricks. The entire training ground was spacious and boundless. Its size was about the size of 5 standard sports fields in modern times. Beside the training ground, there was a stretch of tenacious bamboo for fine iron elephants that weighed more than 1,000 squatted by the side. Dozens of weapons were neatly arranged. A bare-chested youth was sweating profusely on the training ground. Whether it was his fists or legs, he changed 18 different weapons until the ground around him was soaked in sweat. It shone with a luster like the steel that had been tempered thousands of times. Hour passed. Only then did the youth circulate his do qi to his entire body. Breathing in and out, he withdrew his posture. Zhou Xiao, I say, you practice early and late. As expected of Zhou State's #1 martial arts fanatic. A very inappropriate teasing voice came from the other side of the training ground. On top of the iron elephant, there was a youth with fair skin that was as delicate as a young girl. Chapter 139. If Yunsheng was present, she would definitely recognize these 2 youths. They were Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao, whom she had met at the Royal Academy of Magic. It was already around midnight, but Bu Jiuxiao was still training hard. His title as the young expert of Wushuan Everlasting School was not just for show. I've trained early and late, but I still can't catch up to one of his toes. Even if he's lying down and sleeping, he's still many times better than me. Bu Jiuxiao originally had a poker face. As he spoke, his thick eyebrows glanced at the wall not far away in dissatisfaction. On the 5-meter-high wall of the courtyard, a corner of a robe was hanging down. A tall young man in a black robe was lying on the wall. His long hair fluttered in the night wind. Even in the dark night, his handsome facial features were like the most dazzling jewels, shining brightly. The training on the training ground seemed to have nothing to do with him. The youth had handsome eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips like a knife. Under the velvet purple robe, his muscles were clearly defined. A lazy and seductive aura was invisibly emitted from his body. Bu Jiuxiao frowned. With a shake of his wrist, a long spear beside him flew into the air like a snake coming out of its hole. With a tut, it pierced straight towards the wall not far away. The youth lying on the wall seemed to be in deep sleep. He did not notice the spiritual spear that was like a dragon coming out of the sea. Just as the long spear was about to pierce the youth turned over. The long spear suddenly changed direction and pierced the ground. Instantly, on the ground, a burst of metal sparks flew. The iron bricks that were several inches thick were pierced through like tofu. A large hole was pierced through them, giving off an ear-piercing sound. Perhaps because the sound was too loud, the youth opened his eyes. A pair of light gray eyes in the dark night emitted a deep light. Jiuxiao, your accuracy is getting worse and worse. The youth's low voice echoed in the empty training ground. His voice was not loud, but it was very powerful. Bu Jiuxiao only felt his chest tighten. His figure flashed, and the youth was already standing on the training ground. Biming, Jiuxiao was forced by you. Tell me, after you returned to Jade Capital, how many times have you met up with us? It wasn't easy for Jiuxiao to call you over to spar with him, but you only cared about sleeping the moment you came. Chengbai clapped his hands and laughed. Yi Biming, Bu Jiuxiao, and Chengbai had been good friends since they were children. Before the former crown prince Yi Biming was dethroned, he used to study in the imperial study. At that time, Bu and Cheng were his study companions. Even though Yi Biming was crippled and his status plummeted, Bu Jiuxiao and Chengbai didn't distance themselves from him because of this. After Yi Biming was crippled, he was imprisoned in the Cold Palace for nearly 5 years. During this period of time, only the vice head of the Wushuan Limitless School went to the palace to teach the princes, princesses, and some of the sons of the Zhou state's high officials some basic martial arts. After Yi Biming's mother died, those old palace servants were also executed one after another. The palace servants in the Cold Palace also used their power to bully others. They knew that the former crown prince had no one to support him, and he was also blind, so they deducted his salary many times and didn't even give him winter clothes and blankets. Although Bu and Cheng were still young at that time, there were people who valued friendship. Even though their parents, the princes who studied in the same hall, and the sons of officials all said that Yi Biming was an unlucky person, they didn't care about this. When they were slightly younger, the two of them went through the dog hole in the Cold Palace to visit their good friend Yi Biming. They hid it from their parents and secretly sent their blankets and winter clothes to the Cold Palace. After Yi Biming's mother died, he became a man of few words. In addition, he was blind, so his daily life was really boring. Bu and Cheng tried to teach Yi Biming all the martial arts they had learned, hoping that he would have something to spend his time with. Who knew that Yi Biming's talent in martial arts was outstanding? Although he didn't go through a systematic martial arts training, in just a few years, he surpassed Bu and Cheng's cultivation. Bu and Cheng really didn't have anything to teach, so they told the truth to the deputy head of Wushuan Everlasting Hall, Zhongli. Only then did Zhongli unexpectedly discover that Yi Biming was a martial arts genius. Zhongli used this opportunity to suggest to the Zhou state's emperor that he teach the dethroned crown prince Yi Biming martial arts. The Zhou state's emperor was in a good mood that day, and he also caught up with old General Yun and the others to plead for mercy for the dethroned crown prince. So he agreed to let Zhongli enter the Cold Palace and teach Yi Biming martial arts. 5 years of cold and helpless life in the Cold Palace. It was Bu Jiuxiao and Chengbai who accompanied Yi Biming that allowed him to survive like a weed. The relationship between the three of them had long since surpassed the concept of childhood playmates. About a year ago, the 10-year-old Yi Biming suddenly disappeared. In the palace, no one cared about the whereabouts of the dethroned crown prince. The palace servants who were watching over him didn't dare to report it, so the matter was concealed. After Bu and Chung found out, they did their best to search for him. Zhongli also had the martial arts school's forces search the entire country. Originally, they thought that Yi Baiming would never come back. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, Yi Baiming would come back? Not only did he come back, even his innate blindness was cured. What was even more surprising was that Yi Baiming's martial arts cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. He had become the youngest martial marquis in the history of Wushuan Everlasting Hall. The 11-year-old martial marquis was a full year earlier than Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao, who were 12 years old. This news was only officially announced in the Zhou State's imperial court 3 months ago. The military officials led by the Marquis of Jiuan took this opportunity to request the Zhou State's emperor to revoke the 6 years of confinement order in the Cold Palace. The former crown prince of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, had officially joined Wushuan Limitless Hall and became the head of the limitless 3 young masters of Wushuan Limitless Hall. The other 2 were Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai, even though he had never mentioned in front of anyone where he had gone in the past year. However, the tacit understanding that they had grown up together still allowed Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai to discover something unusual. After returning this time, Yi Baiming was a little different. His face was still handsome and flawless, but there were more complicated things in his gray eyes that had recovered their sight. He had grown much taller, and his attacks were even more biting cold. And his cultivation had also made an astonishing breakthrough. Bu Jiuxiao was sure that the current Yi Baiming was definitely not just a martial marquis. He no longer made a move easily, but once he did, it would definitely be earth-shattering. The deputy director of combat strength had once said that only those who had truly experienced a life and death battle could hone such a temperament. Yi Baiming was now a hidden sword in his belly that could bloom with a fatal light at any time. You guys invited me over. It can't be that you want me to exchange moves with Jiuxiao, right? Yi Baiming revealed a smile. Only in front of his good friends could he completely relax. Sleeping on top of the wall, he could only have a good night's sleep in front of his 2 friends and her. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai did not know that he had not slept well for a long time. Of course not. Cheng Bai and I met Crown Prince Yi Baiming and Chen Lian at the Royal Magic Academy. Bu Jiuxiao carefully observed Yi Baiming's expression. Chapter 140. Yi Baiming didn't react at all. One of them was the person who had taken away Yi Baiming's position as crown prince, while the other was Yi Baiming's fiancée. When Yi Baiming was still the crown prince, Yi Bailian had always tried to curry favor with him. Cheng Bai, who had been smart since he was young, had said that Yi Bailian's eyes were more scare than pupils. He was a classic villain. As expected, not long after Yi Baiming was dethroned, that ingrate Yi Bailian turned his back on him. Not only did he personally get eunuch to kill Yi Baiming's wet nurse, he even brought Chen Lian to Yi Baiming to taunt him. Although Yi Baiming was young, he had grown up in a place like the palace. He had been blind since he was young, so he knew much more than the average person. He felt terrible at the time, but he didn't do anything. He just hid all the bitterness in his heart. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai also deliberately didn't mention them in front of him. This time, Bu Jiuxiao took the initiative to mention them. He wanted to see Yi Baiming's reaction. This time, after Yi Baiming came back, Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai only felt that he had changed. That change was not only in his eyes, but also in Zhou State's emperor and crown prince Yi Bailian. He didn't seem to care about them at all. Yi Baiming also knew about going to the Royal Magic Academy to observe. However, he had long heard that the Royal Magic Academy's strength was average. In addition, he had received news that Yi Bailian would go, so he found an excuse to decline. Yi Baiming used a very casual tone, but Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai felt a chill when they heard it. After Yi Baiming regained his sight, his gray eyes always flashed with a flirtatious light. No one could guess what he was thinking. After Yi Baiming came back, he took the initiative to ask for permission to move out of the palace. Within Zhou State, it was impossible to confer the title of prince if one did not have outstanding military achievements. Even if one was a prince, it was the same. Other than the crown prince, Yi Balian, who was favored by the emperor of Zhou State and had a courtyard in the Jade capital, the other princes did not have a residence in the city. Yi Baiming was temporarily staying in the dojo. After he left the palace, he asked his friends not to call him by his full name. He no longer had the aura of a member of the royal family. In the past year or so, he had been killing blood cloud beasts all over the place. His reputation had risen in Zhou State, and even the imperial city of Zhou State had begun to view him in a new light. However, he was still not given any official position by the dynasty. He was still a nosy prince. However, in the eyes of Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai, this plain-clothed Yi Baiming was the real king of Zhou State. Even though they did not know why the imperial city of Zhou State would oppress Yi Baiming, who was the most outstanding of his sons, Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai had already made up their minds to follow Yi Baiming for the rest of their lives. They're doing well. Come to think of it, I haven't seen them in years. Yi Baiming changed his tone to one of indifference. It was as if he was discussing whether they had eaten that night. They're doing very well. They're the president and vice president of the Labor Combat Association in a trashy school like the Royal Magic Academy. Chungba was very sarcastic. However, he thought about it again. Hey, you don't care at all. That adulterous couple is so mushy in front of others. I can't stand it anymore. Then tell me, what are you doing in that trashy school? Don't tell me it's just to visit an old friend. Yi Baiming changed his tone to a teasing one. Even though they were both men, the two of them felt their hearts beat faster when they saw Yi Baiming smile. The 8 Wastelands Divine Tool will be unearthed in a few years. The vice president wants to find a few outstanding mages to accompany him. I don't know if that guy's head was kicked by a magical beast, but he actually wants to find suitable candidates in the Royal Magic Academy. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai originally only wanted to watch a show when they went to the Royal Magic Academy. After all, they were very clear about the teaching standards of the Royal Magic Academy. They were all hedonistic sons of rich parents. The news of the 8 Wastelands Divine Tool being unearthed was not considered a big secret in the Wushuan Everlasting School. The old master of the Wushuan Everlasting School was someone who did not care about anything. He was never seen from the beginning to the end of the year. The news of the 8 Wastelands Divine Tool was sent back by the old master in a letter. The vice president was in charge of the daily affairs of the school. He had already announced to everyone that as long as they had the ability, everyone would be qualified to search for the Divine Tool Group. However, everyone knew that in the entire Wushuan Everlasting School, there were 3 people who would definitely be qualified. That was the Wuji 3 young masters, the golden triangle of the school, Yi Bu and Cheng. Cheng Bai, pay attention to your words. The vice president must have his reasons for doing things. Also, the Royal Magic Academy is not as simple as you and Yi think. The 3 selected exchange students cannot be underestimated. Bu Jiuxiao originally had the same thoughts as Cheng Bai. However, what happened that day at the Magic Academy had completely changed his view of her. Jiuxiao, the one you said cannot be underestimated, is it that little fatty who only knows how to defend, or that little girl who was lucky enough to concoct a high-grade magic potion, or that strange cloak man? Cheng Bai grinned, revealing a mouthful of sparkling white teeth. Oh, looks like the 2 of you have gained quite a bit from this trip. Those 3 people are the exchange students that the vice president said would come to the Wushuan Everlasting School to report after the annual break, right? Yi Baiming had long been used to the bickering style of communication between his 2 best friends. That's them. We still have to wait for another 2 months. I almost forgot that the annual break is about to begin. What are your plans for this year's break? Cheng Bai remembered that the winter was coming and Zhou State was also about to celebrate the new year. Zhou State's dojos and magic academies would have an annual break at the end of every year. The annual break lasted for 2 months. During these 2 months, most warriors and mages would return home to reunite with their families. Of course, there would also be some hard-working students who would arrange special training during these 2 months in order to raise their cultivation. I plan to make a trip to the south. There's a blood cloud beast in the south. Royal Father sent me to kill it. Yi Baiming said indifferently. We'll go with you. Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao said in unison. The annual break meant celebrating the new year. Zhou State's emperor had actually sent him to kill a blood cloud beast during the new year. He was truly a cold and heartless father. Yi Baiming didn't really care. His mother was already dead. To him, the annual break was just an empty title. Rather than staying in the Jade capital and being treated coldly, it would be better to travel to the south and gain some experience. Let me say this first, it's not for fun. It should be a high-grade magical beast. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. When he mentioned the blood cloud beast, Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao's expressions changed slightly. However, their eyes immediately lit up with interest. They had long since grown tired of the peaceful days in the Jade capital. Before they went to look for divine artifacts, they had indeed walked around outside to gain some experience. Chapter 141. After the final examination, it meant that this year's magic studies had reached the end. The end of the year was near, and the new year was coming. The bustling campus suddenly became empty. The folklore of the boundless continent still paid attention to the new year. In the 1st and 12th lunar months, most of the dojos, private schools, and magic academies would stop classes. The Royal Magic Academy was no exception. Hua Keek's death didn't attract anyone's attention. After the incident, her mother came to the academy to look for Hua Kiki. After knowing that her daughter had been driven out of the academy, she fainted at the school gate. In the end, Gu Feng couldn't bear it and secretly gave her some gold coins. Yinsheng didn't object to this. Hua Keek's family was innocent. Yinsheng also specially asked Gu Feng to ask if Hua Kiki had made friends with some unknown people in private. Anton didn't have any impression and only said that her daughter hadn't returned home for many years. Last time, after her father broke his leg, she only asked someone to send some money home. She said that she found a job in a shop in the city, but Anton didn't know which shop it was. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of her, Gu Feng comforted her and promised to help Aunt and keep an eye on Hua Keek's whereabouts before sending her back home. After Gu Feng had received the 10,000 gold coins from Yunsheng, his life improved a lot. He didn't send all of it home, saying that his parents had never seen so much money in their lives. He was afraid that his parents would worry about where the money came from. He still saved it for his younger siblings to study and start a family in the future. With Gu Feng's help, Yunsheng completed the last batch of herbs in the public herb field. The three of them also received the recommendation letter from the Academic Affairs Office. When spring came next year, the three of them could report to Wushuan Everlasting School with a recommendation letter. Gu Feng wanted to return home for the new year. Before leaving, he asked about Yunsheng and Qi's arrangements. Yunsheng wanted to go back to Huichun Hall to help, but she said the word gambling house, which was considered a reply. What a pity. I originally wanted to invite you to go home with me. Although my family is very poor, the village is very lively during the new year. Gu Feng reluctantly bid farewell to the two of them. After Yunsheng and Abandon sent Gu Feng away, they parted ways at the gate of the school. Abandon went to the Wanlong Casino in the city. As for Yunsheng, she started to make her own plans. She did not return to the medical center immediately. Instead, she went back to the public student dormitory first. During the annual break, the entire dormitory was almost empty. Yunsheng took out the skeleton of the berserk corpse cow from the beast language ring. After Yunsheng's Shun-known pupil broke through to the 2nd level, she could roughly tell the age of a magical beast. This set of berserk corpse cow's bones had reached 130 years old. It was a peak 4th rank magical beast that had yet to reach the 5th rank. Moreover, this set of bones was very complete. It could be said that it was perfectly collected. From the spine to the ribs, there was no damage at all. In this way, the magical elements and do-chi in the bones were also very well preserved. If put on the market, it would be worth no less than 1,000 gold coins. After confirming the age of the beast, Yunsheng was even more aware that Night Fox's strength was extremely strong. He casually gave away such a set of bones, and he did not feel any heartache. Yun Sheng originally wanted to find Uncle Iron in Banana Leaf Village to help make a set of heartbone needles and scalpels. After all, the beast teeth of the golden rhino boar had been used many times and had been severely worn out. As a strict doctor, Yun Sheng understood the principle that if a worker wanted to use a good tool, he must first use a good tool. In a situation where most people thought that Yun Sheng was a magician, if she could skillfully use the soul-healing divine needle, then it would definitely have a good effect. But what disappointed Yun Sheng was that after Uncle Iron looked at the set of bones, he embarrassedly said that he had no way to help Yun Sheng forge this set of bones. The bones of the Boundless Land's beasts, especially the high-grade ones, were much harder than the usual metal ores. The first scalpels of the golden rhino boar that Tai Gang forged for Yun Sheng were between the second and third rank beast bones. As long as it went through 100 hammers, it could be forged into a scalpels. But the Berserk Corpse Cowl was different. It could not be forged using normal forging hammers. It could only be refined using magical elements or do chi. Tai Gang was only an ordinary blacksmith and could not forge it. With no other choice, Yun Sheng could only store the 100-year beast bones in the beast language ring. When she followed her father, Yun Songhai, to the Jade capital, Yun Sheng also tried to ask around in various blacksmiths, but the answer she received was the same. She had to find a magician or a warrior to forge it into a magic weapon or weapon. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and this set of bones had been lying in the beast language ring for that long. After Yun Sheng had the experience of forging a magic scepter with a unicorn's bone, she knew that with her 5 elemental magic spirits, she could forge an unusual magic weapon. She decided to enter the magic tower again before leaving the Royal Magic Academy and try to forge the Berserk Corpse Cow's bone again. She still had a high-grade magic card with her. Yun Sheng remembered that Puffed Egg had once said that the higher the level of the magic tower, the more abundant the magical elements were. She planned to explore the 6th level of the magic tower while she was still in the Magic Academy. As long as the quality of the magic scepter was not worse than the unicorn's bone, she would be satisfied. Yun Sheng carefully kept the beast language ring and brought the remaining few magic cards with her to the magic tower. Most of the students and teachers in the Magic Academy had already returned home. The magic tower was also much more deserted, but the old magician who looked like an owl was still guarding there. When he saw Yun Sheng, he did not ask why Yun Sheng did not return home. But when Yun Sheng took out the high-grade magic card, the old magician could not help but take a few more glances at it. After all, not many students had high-grade magic cards. You are the beginner student who created the high-grade magic potion during the magic potion forging demonstration. This old magician looked like he did not care about worldly affairs, but he seemed to know everything that happened in the Magic Academy like the back of his hand. After confirming Yun Sheng's identity, the old magician did not make things difficult for her. 615 magic space. After the old magician handed over the magic crystal key, Yun Sheng thanked him. When she was about to go upstairs, the old magician suddenly called out to her, "Wait a moment, take this key with you." 2 keys? Yun Sheng looked at the crystal key. One was 615 and the other was 616. The 2 keys looked exactly the same, but why did the old magician give her 2 keys? After you go up, use 616 key first. If you can't open it, don't force yourself. Just go to 615 magic space. The old magician waved his hand, unwilling to say anything more to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng could only take the key and go up the magic tower. The old magician seemed to be talking to himself, looking at Yun Sheng's back. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Chapter 142. The advanced magic spaces were located on the 5th to 6th floors of the magic tower. The higher the floor, the richer the magic elements. When Yun Sheng arrived at the 6th floor, she discovered that the magic spaces here were different from the elementary magic spaces on the 2nd floor. The magic spaces here were divided according to different natural attributes. Holding the 2 keys, Yun Sheng could feel the magic elements flowing out from the different magic spaces. Some were hot, some were cool, some were cold, and some were heavy. The magic elements on the higher floors of the magic tower were completely different from the magic elements on the lower floors. Most of the magic elements here were divided according to the 4 main attributes, making them purer. Cultivating here would be 10 times faster than usual. When she arrived at the 616 magic space, Yunsheng remembered the old magician's advice and decided to try to open the 616 magic space first. Yunsheng just took out the crystal key and was about to insert it into the keyhole. But just as her hand was about to touch the key, the crystal key in her hand shattered. A huge amount of magic power, enough to crush Yunsheng into powder, bounced out from the magic space. Yunsheng was shaken back a few meters before she could stabilize her footsteps. Failed. Yunsheng already understood that the 616 magic space must be a very special magic space. Not everyone could open it. In fact, since the magic tower stood in the Imperial Magic Academy for decades, no one had been able to open the door to this magic space. No one, including the old magician, knew what was inside the 616 magic space. It could only be to go to the 615 magic space to refine the bone needles of the berserk corpse cow. Although Yunsheng was somewhat curious, she didn't care much and walked towards the 615 magic space. Although it was only a few steps away, the 615 magic space was easily opened. Just when Yunsheng was hesitating whether or not to directly enter the 616 magic space, she remembered the puffed egg. She quickly summoned the puffed egg. As soon as it smelled the familiar scent of the magic tower, the puffed egg became excited. If Yunsheng remembered correctly, the puffed egg could break the magic restriction of the magic space. Puffed egg, can you find a way to enter the 616 magic space? Yunsheng pointed at the 616 magic space. My dear master, just you wait. The puffed egg proudly flapped its wings. The mana gate, which had shown a strong repulsive force to Yunsheng, seemed to be transparent in front of the puffed egg. The puffed egg drilled into the mana space, and after a while, the puffed egg struggled to fly out, carrying something on its back. Not only could the puffed egg pass through the magic barrier without any hindrance, it could even bring out the items inside. Yunsheng could not help but look at her own summoning egg in a new light. Other than its love of sleep and monstrous strength, the puffed egg was still useful. Yunsheng could not help but wonder if she could let the puffed egg bring her through the magic barrier in the future. Collecting her thoughts, Yunsheng paid attention to the item on the puffed egg's back. Tower. That's right, there was a finger-sized tower on the puffed egg's back. The shape of the tower looked familiar. Yunsheng pondered for a moment, then looked at her feet and suddenly understood. The tower brought out from the 616 magic space was exactly the same as the magic tower in the Royal Magic Academy. It also had 6 floors, but the size was thousands of times smaller. The strangest thing was that although the tower was small, it was shockingly heavy. Even with the monstrous strength of the puffed egg, it could only barely drag it. Yunsheng hurriedly let the puffed egg bring the tower into the 615 magic space. Only in the 615 magic space would it be safe enough. The puffed egg was exhausted. It was easy for it to pass through the magic barrier alone, but it was difficult to carry the tower. Seeing egg popping, drooping its wings, and looking like it was about to cry out in exhaustion, Yunsheng found it funny. Okay. I'll bring you to find some delicious magical beast meat later. The puffed egg loved magical beast meat very much. It was still young and could only eat low-level magical beast meat. When it grew up, its requirements would be higher. Yunsheng carefully looked at the tower in front of her. She originally thought that the tower was just a model made by a magician who had entered the 616 magic space for fun. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that the tower was exquisitely carved and the internal structure was exactly the same as the magic tower. At the bottom of the small tower, she saw the name of the tower, Exquisite Beast King Tower. Master, use your 5 elemental spirit to refine it. The puffed egg seemed to know the origin of the tower and urged Yunsheng to refine it. Yunsheng released her 5 elemental spirit. 5 different colored magical elements climbed up the small tower like 5 ropes. The small tower seemed to have realized that Yunsheng wanted to refine it. The small tower, which was originally standing still, seemed to have been hit by fire. It jumped up and down, tried to escape from the 615 magic space. However, Yunsheng was already prepared. Her elemental spirit enveloped the small tower. She and the tower seemed to be wrestling with each other, neither willing to let go first. Finally, the small tower's energy was exhausted. Yunsheng's magical elements were like countless tentacles that drilled into the small tower and obtained information about the small tower. Yunsheng found out that the exquisite beast tower had a great origin. It and the magic tower in the Imperial Magic Academy were originally twin towers. One was the exquisite human tower, which was used for human cultivation. The other was the exquisite beast tower, which was used for magical beasts to cultivate. Yunsheng had already refined the tower during the wrestling of magical elements. She also knew that the exquisite beast tower had been turned into this pocket-sized tower by someone using a special method. The 616 magic space was the seal that had been made with a special method. This seal was extremely powerful. Even if a sky magus came, they might not be able to open it. No one expected that Yunsheng's puffed egg would be able to break the magic barrier and pull the exquisite beast tower out. The exquisite beast tower's magic barrier was unintentionally broken because of this. Once the seal was broken, the exquisite beast tower was refined by Yunsheng using her elemental spirit. Its size could also be changed according to Yunsheng's will. Puffed egg, you really did a great job this time. Yunsheng had always wanted to bring Xiaohei into the magic tower to cultivate. However, she had always been wary of the old magician in the magic tower, and did not succeed. With this exquisite beast tower, it was equivalent to having a portable magic beast cultivation tower. It was a tower specially built for magical beasts. Yunsheng could throw the puffed egg and Xiaohei into it. Yunsheng tried to control the exquisite beast tower. Big. The exquisite beast tower was like a leek that had eaten the spring rain and immediately grew a little taller. As long as the conditions permitted, Yunsheng could completely turn the exquisite beast tower into the size of a magic tower. After happily shrinking the magic tower and putting it into the beast speech ring, Yunsheng did not forget about today's business, which was to refine a new set of bone needles and scalpels. Chapter 143. After taking out the whole skeleton of the berserk corpse cow, Yunsheng did not immediately start to refine the magic tool. Just now, when she was refining the exquisite beast pagoda, Yunsheng had consumed a little bit of magic power, but at the same time, she also had a new understanding of refining magic tools. In the Imperial Magic Academy's library, there were the most basic magic tool, refining books. Yunsheng had looked up the related books, and, according to the methods in the books, when she was refining the unicorn bone magic scepter, she had used the magic element of a single element to refine it. But this time, she wanted to use the magic elements of multiple elements and try to refine this set of bones. The magic books did not record this kind of refining method, but it did not mean that Yunsheng could not try it. After all, Yunsheng was the only 5-element magician in the whole continent, other than Yi Baiming. Yunsheng once again released her magic soul. The unique 5-color magic soul under Yunsheng's meditation sparkled like a magic cloud. Yunsheng tried to refine the berserk corpse cow's bones with the fire element that she was most proficient in. The gorgeous fire element rushed towards the berserk corpse cow's bones, but the strange thing was the fire element did not immediately rush into the bones like when refining the unicorn bone magic scepter. Instead, it was rebounded. Then, as if the corpse cow's bones were alive, it stood up with creaking sounds. A scarlet mist shot out from its empty lair and shot towards Yunsheng. It was a vicious counterattack. Yunsheng did not expect that she would encounter such a dangerous situation in her second attempt to refine a magic tool. In the magic books, she had read about a similar refining phenomenon. When refining the bones of a high-level magic beast, if the magic beast was a vicious and bloodthirsty magic beast when it was alive, or if the magic beast was killed with a lot of resentment before it died, then the magician had to be very careful when refining. In addition to carefully arranging a defensive magic array, the magician also needed to have a high level of refining experience. But for Yun Sheng, who only had 2 refining experiences, she was completely unprepared. Surprised, Yun Sheng chanted an incantation and used the light wind technique, nimbly dodging the murderous aura. The soul stone on the magic scepter shone, and the intermediate spell, Fire Net, covered the struggling skeleton like a huge net, making it difficult for it to move. The fiery net burned the bones of the cow corpse, while a few earth thorns rose from the ground, nailing the bones to the ground. After using 3 types of magic in succession, Yun Sheng's magic elements were quickly depleted. She took out 2 bottles of meditation water and drank them. Fortunately, she had made preparations for this refinement and had made a few bottles of meditation water in advance. Under the effect of the meditation water, the magic elements in Yun Sheng's body that had been depleted quickly condensed. In addition to the abundant magic elements in the surroundings, Yun Sheng quickly recovered her magic. All kinds of magic elements poured into Yun Sheng's body like seawater. For a moment, Yun Sheng was like a huge black hole that devoured magic elements, and the magic elements in the surroundings were crazily swallowed by her body. Yun Sheng was quickly able to mobilize the magic elements again, and under the effect of several types of magic elements, the set of bones of the cow corpse also changed. The bones, which were originally the size of a calf, were dissolved and shattered by the magic elements, and then fused together again, finally turning into a ball of bone paste the size of a fist. Yun Sheng outlined the appearance of modern scalpels and golden needles in her mind, and the ball of bone paste transformed into the shape of a needle. After an hour of meditation, the magic elements were withdrawn, and Yun Sheng's hand had 4 needles. Unexpectedly, a complete set of bones of the berserk cow corpse could only be refined into 4 needles that were as thick as a cow's hair. The 4 needles, compared to the needles made by blacksmiths, were thinner and longer, and their colors were also very special. They were red, yellow, blue, and green respectively. The red needle was like a raging flame, and had a strong penetrating power, and was best used for attacking. The yellow needle had a steady aura of earth, and was best used for suturing wounds. The green needle was light and elegant, and was best used for acupuncture and moxibustion. The blue needle was flexible and long, and was best used for healing external wounds and stopping bleeding. When Yun Sheng was refining just now, she had integrated the magic of the 4 major attributes into the 4 needles. These 4 needles had now become the only set of magic needles on the continent that had magic and medical functions. Because of their transparent color and jade-like luster, Yun Sheng gave them the magic tool name of 4 Seasons glass needles. It seemed that she still needed to find suitable materials to refine the scalpels. Yun Sheng was satisfied as she put the needles back into the beast language ring. Then, she looked at the magic power space and found that the magic elements in the magic power space had been squandered by her. Yun Sheng's magic soul had also grown by a third during the refining process just now. Yun Sheng found that whether it was refining magic tools or magic potions, it was very beneficial for the cultivation of the magic soul. Yun Sheng's magic soul control was now much stronger than the average great magician. She had also learned a kind of intermediate magic, and, as long as she went to the temple for evaluation, she would officially be promoted to great magician. It seemed that if the 615 magic power space wanted to recover its original abundance of magic elements, it would at least have to wait for a while. Fortunately, it was now the annual break, and no one would come to the magic power tower to cultivate again. In the 615 magic power space, without the magic elements, Yun Sheng couldn't cultivate anymore. In order to avoid arousing the suspicion of the old magician guarding the magic power tower, she had to leave the magic power tower early. When she returned the key to the 616 magic power space to the old magician, he looked a little disappointed, but he didn't ask too much. It seemed that the Imperial Magic Academy vaguely knew that there was a treasure hidden in the magic power tower, but for many years, no one had been able to enter the 616 magic power space. The old magician would never know that the exquisite beast tower that had once made the continent's top summoners go crazy had already been taken away by Yun Sheng and Puffed Egg. Yun Sheng rushed back to the medical center. After greeting Dr. Fan, Yun Sheng went to the backyard to visit her father. In the magic array of dream cloud hibernation, an icy aura enveloped Yun Songhai, and her father looked a lot more haggard. Yun Sheng couldn't help but frown. Yun Songhai's current situation was very similar to that of a vegetable. Even if dream cloud hibernation could make him fall into a coma and not die, without the modern sense of nutrient solution, the human body's consumption would be very large, and all the organs in the body would be affected. If only I could find the immortal Holy Grail earlier, Yun Sheng secretly thought. After leaving her father's room, Yun Sheng went to find Xiao He. Because the Imperial Magic Academy didn't allow pets, Yun Sheng sent Xiao He back to the medical center after entering the academy. Dr. Fan's routine of working at sunrise and resting at sunrise almost caused Xiao He to fall ill. Yun Sheng took out the exquisite beast tower and placed Xiao He and Puff Egg into it. Then, she shrunk the magic power tower and stored it in the beast speech ring. Cultivating in the exquisite beast tower could increase the cultivation speed of the two magical beasts by at least 5 to 10 times. She believed that it wouldn't be long before the two magical beasts had a breakthrough. In the next few days, because the end of the year was approaching, the medical center's business was booming. Relying on Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan, they were very busy. Yun Sheng took care of the medical center during the day and meditated at night. Unknowingly, she had mastered the contents of the second intermediate magic scroll that teacher Mei Li had given her, the intermediate magic spell Earth Meld. On this day, Yun Sheng was busy in the medical center when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Looking up, she saw a person standing outside the medical center. Chapter 144. Outside the clinic stood a tall and burly woman. She was valiant and exuded a terrifying aura. That was the unique aura of a hunter. The patients who wanted to enter the clinic were so scared that they all stepped aside. Yun Sheng couldn't help but smile. The person who came was Mu Nanyin of the Haunting Hunting Squad. Mu Nanyin had a fiery personality. She came to look for Yun Sheng because she had just heard that Yun Sheng had passed the various examinations of the Royal Magic Academy with excellent results in the final examination. This also meant that Yun Sheng already had the ability to control beginner-level magic. It was also time for her to go with them to participate in the B-ranked hunting squad's examination. After explaining the purpose of her visit to Yun Sheng pondered for a moment. Dr. Fan, who was at the side, carefully asked about the cause and process of the matter. Unexpectedly, he didn't object to Yun Sheng going to participate in the hunting squad's advancement examination. Hunting is a job with real swords and spears, but it is also the best way to train people. Huangting is also a well-known hunting squad in the country. Going with them to gain experience is much better than going to the clinic to treat some trivial problems. Besides, it's the end of the year and the clinic will be closed for a while. Your father will be left to me. Don't worry and go. Dr. Fan understood Yun Sheng's talent and advised her to go with Mu Nanyin. If it wasn't for Dr. Fan's ordinary cultivation, he would have long wanted to go to the battlefield to become a battlefield doctor. In his opinion, brilliant medical skills needed to be comprehended and practiced by continuously treating high-risk patients. Yun Sheng was still young. It was not suitable for her to go to the battlefield directly. Going with Huangting's people, not only could she hone her courage and experience, but also improve her medical skills. That was the best thing to do. Yun Sheng also had the same idea. She had honed her skills in the Royal Magic Academy for a year. The two intermediate-level magic that she had just learned had not really been practiced in actual combat. It was just right to take advantage of this hunting squad's examination to test the water. Yun Sheng didn't know that in the hearts of the few people in Huangting's hunting squad, they didn't want Yun Sheng to take action at all, who asked her to be too young and was only a mage. Letting Yun Sheng go with them was just using her identity as a summoner. The three of them had already discussed it. If Yun Sheng was willing to go to the examination site, she would be the key target of protection. They must ensure that not a drop of water would not leak. Yinsheng packed her luggage and prepared some medicinal herbs and magic potions. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye to her father, Yun Songhai's father. Father, forgive Sheng, for not being able to spend the new year with you. However, Sheng will be a member of the B-grade hunting squad. In the south of Zhou State, you have told Sheng about the local conditions and customs in the south. Sheng, it will go this time. Knowing that her father wouldn't hear her words, Yinsheng still quietly said in her father's ear. After she personally performed a dreamy cloud ice sleep, she wiped her father's face. Only then did she go with Mu Nanyan to Wunren Manor to meet up with the other two people. Yun Songhai, who was inside the dreamy cloud ice sleep magic array, still had a layer of frost on his face and was silent. As the new year approached, the weather in Yujing City also became cold. The lush trees on both sides of the street also gradually withered, and yellow leaves fell to the ground. A few days ago, it had just snowed. Fortunately, Yunsheng and Mu Nanyan's physical qualities were extraordinary. At this moment, they were both wearing a single layer of clothing. Wunren Manor, which hadn't been here for more than half a year, also had a festive new year at this moment. Under the pure, white snow, the red lanterns swayed unceasingly under the northern wind. Under the command of the old housekeeper, the servants had also renovated the manor from top to bottom. Wenrenshio was still the same as before. When she saw Yunsheng, she didn't forget to rub Yunsheng's head, causing Yunsheng to dodge incessantly. After the new year, Yunsheng would be 7 years old. During this year, she had also grown a lot taller. However, on the outside, she still looked like a harmless little lowly. This was also what made Yunsheng the most oppressed. Just imagine an adult in her 20s who was almost 30 years old being treated like a little girl. No one would be happy about it. Little girl, you are quite impressive. I thought that you would need to stay at the Imperial Magic Academy for at least 3 to 5 years before you could grasp elementary magic. I didn't expect you to be familiar with all kinds of elementary magic so quickly. This way, you are qualified to go with us to Mount Daoi to participate in the assessment for the promotion of the hunting team. Wenrenshio chuckled. Her tone was extremely similar to that of a human trafficker who abducted children. Wenrenshio couldn't help beaming with joy when she recalled the scene of her showing off her skills in the assessment field. Yinsheng secretly thought that if Wenrenshio knew that she had also refined a high-grade magic potion, she wondered how shocked he would be. Of course, it was better not to talk about this matter. But the new year is approaching. Don't Brother Wunren and the others need to stay at home? Yunsheng knew that the customs of the mainland had always been particular about traditions. We are hunters. What new year is there to be concerned about? Boss is teaching in the Magic Academy. For half a year, he can't go on a team mission. Mu Nanyan and I are so bored that we're going to go moldy. Let me tell you, the hunter assessment is very exciting. You can see whether or not you are an expert. You will be joining Wushuan Wuji School next year. It is good for you to get used to it early. As far as I know, there are a lot of warriors roaming around Mount Daoi. Wenrenshio's mouth was quite powerful. She could make the dead sound alive. Wenrenshio and Mu Nanyan really didn't take any hunting missions for the past half a year. It wasn't that the two were lazy, but because their strength was now at the peak of sea level. Accepting a sea level hunting mission wasn't challenging at all, but they weren't qualified to accept a B-level mission. Therefore, the two simply didn't go on a mission. It was also because they were really bored and because they knew that Yunsheng's magic had improved that Mu Nanyan took the initiative to go to the medical hall to ask for her. Unexpectedly, Yunsheng didn't show the slightest bit of timidity and directly agreed. This also made Wenrenshio and Mu Nanyan have a better impression of Yunsheng. After a while, Feng Kuo also rushed over. Knowing that Yunsheng agreed to participate in the assessment, Feng Kuo's big mouth opened wide. To be honest, he had wanted to encourage Yunsheng to participate in the mercenary assessment for a long time. After all, he had always wanted to upgrade his hunting team. It was just that he was Yunsheng's mentor. Encouraging a 7-year-old student to participate in the mercenary assessment felt a little too much. But after his observation over the past year, Yunsheng's wisdom was far more mature than the average child, even compared to his two impetuous teammates. If they brought her along, it was still unknown who would cause trouble for whom. The four of them discussed and decided that Yunsheng would join Huang Teng as a summoner this time. Her summoned beast didn't need a puffed egg. Instead, she used a more normal-looking Xiao He to fool people. Wenren Xiu had already ordered the housekeeper to rent a carriage. Yunsheng and Mu Nanyan sat in the carriage, while Wenren Xiu and Feng Kuo rode horses. The two of them went together to Mount Daoi, the hunter's citadel in the south of Zhou State. Chapter 145. For this trip, Yunsheng followed Huang Teng's hunting team as Yin Yun summoner. Bringing along Xiao He was also something that Yunsheng had planned for a long time. Not to mention other things, Yunsheng's real summoner, the puffed egg, was extremely unreliable. The appearance of the puffed egg was too shocking, so Yunsheng didn't plan to summon it out easily. Xiao He was much better. Its swallowing the heavens combat skill could attack without warning. When facing an enemy, if it encountered a situation that it couldn't win, it could immediately run away. Yunsheng released Xiao He from the Linglong Pagoda. Seeing that Yunsheng brought along Xiao He, Huang Teng's trio, who had seen Yunsheng's true face of the summoned beast, heaved a sigh of relief. One person and one dog followed Huang Teng's hunting team and left Jade Capital together. Yunsheng, if you want to join Huang Teng, you have to become a hunter first. Hunters were divided into 6 levels: S, A, B, C, D, and E. As long as one had the identity of a warrior, magician, or summoner, one would be able to obtain a hunter armband from the local hunter's bank with the corresponding identity certificate. You can show your magician's badge or summoning ring. Feng Kuo was the leader of the 4. Along the way, he carefully explained to Yunsheng about the mainland's Hunters Guild and hunters. Because of this, Yunsheng came into contact with a new world that she had never seen before. It was a whole new world regarding hunters. Other than the levels of hunters, hunters were divided into 3 types: hunter teams, hunter groups, and freelance hunters based on the number of hunters and the number of hunters they belonged to. The first 2 could directly accept all kinds of individual and team missions, while the latter could only accept individual missions. Therefore, in order to facilitate the different types of missions, most of the hunters on the mainland would join a fixed team or hunter group. The hunter team was also divided into 6 levels: S, A, B, C, D, and E. Each level could only come into contact with missions of the corresponding level, and could not be skipped. The higher the level of the hunting team, the more abundant the hunting missions they would receive, and the higher the rewards and fame they would receive. Huang Teng had been in the team for 7 to 8 years. Under the leadership of Feng Kuo, the strength of the 3 of them was not bad. The 3 of them had advanced from rank E all the way to rank C. In a hunting world of Zhou State, they were considered to have a little reputation. However, due to the rules of the Hunter Union, Feng Kuo and the other 2 could only stay in the C-grade hunting team. This time, after finding Yunsheng, the whole team was overjoyed. Unlike individual hunters who only needed to go through the assessment at the city level hunter branch, if a hunting team wanted to level up, they had to go to a few specific hunter citadels. On the continent, there would be such a citadel at the border of every country. The Daoi mountain city that Yunsheng and the others were about to arrive at was a hunter citadel. The hunter citadel's existence had 2 meanings. One was to facilitate the assessment of hunters, and the other was to increase the hunter's strength. When Feng Kuo said this, Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan were rubbing their hands together. Wenren Xiu said indignantly, "Finally, I can hold my head high. This time, I must beat up the C-grade hunting team so badly that even their own mothers won't recognize them." Yunsheng was still a little confused. Weren't they here to take part in the assessment? Why did it sound like they were here to fight? It didn't take long for Yunsheng to understand what Wenren Xiu meant. Zhou State was vast. Its area was about the same size as Yunsheng's modern motherland, Country Z. The terrain in the country was also very diverse. After passing through many steep mountains, a sky-blue stone, oval-shaped building appeared in front of them. When she saw the building, Yunsheng realized that the so-called Hunter's Citadel wasn't a real city. It was a huge gymnasium-like building. Boss Feng, this is Daoi Mountain City? It looks like an arena? Yunsheng was sure that this was an arena. The arena was very similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. It was huge, about half the size of Yujing City. It was bigger than any modern sports stadium that Yunsheng had ever seen. Little Sheng's experience is not bad. This is an arena. Zhou State's a loud arena. Daoi Mountain is the name of this place. Feng Kuo bought a map at the entrance of the arena and handed it to Yunsheng. Like any orderly country on the mainland, Zhou State prohibited life-and-death fights, especially for special groups such as magicians, warriors, and summoners. Their fights were not allowed to affect the civilians. But in other words, fights were unavoidable. If a country's powerhouses lost the will to fight, then the country's decline was inevitable. To prevent this from happening, the 5 major countries came up with the idea of Hunter Citadel. Hunter Citadels were mostly located in remote mountainous areas or areas with beasts. They let the hot-blooded hunters compete in the local area. On one hand, it could eliminate the local beasts. On the other hand, it could also ensure that the powerful magicians, summoners, and warriors didn't hurt the innocent civilians. To put it bluntly, the process of the hunter team assessment is a competition. Take a B-grade hunter team as an example. If you want to upgrade from a C-grade hunter team to a B-grade hunter team, you have to challenge a hunter team of the same level. You have to win at least 3 times before you can proceed to the last round of assessment. The content of the last round of assessment is to defeat a B-grade hunter team. When Feng Kuo and the others came, they didn't explain it clearly to Yunsheng. They were also worried that if Yunsheng got stage fright and refused to come, then it would be troublesome. But Shengirl, you don't have to worry. Our strength is ranked in the top 5 among the C-grade hunter teams. When the time comes, you don't even have to fight. You could just sit on boss's shoulder, Wenra and Xiu joked. It was very lively in Daoi Mountain. With Yunsheng's small arms and legs, she would be drowned by those tall and strong hunters if she wasn't careful. To prevent Yunsheng from getting lost, Feng Kuo, who was more than 2 meters tall, simply put Yunsheng on his shoulder. Yunsheng was embarrassed, but she soon realized that the great Newton's words were incomparably correct. It was easy to do things by sitting on a giant's shoulder. Feng Kuo's shoulder was wide and broad, just like a human cushion. Yunsheng sat on it and had a good view. Yunsheng flipped through the map in her hand and checked the layout of the Hunter Citadel. Boss Feng, there are also weapon stores and medical centers in the Citadel. As if she had discovered a new continent, Yunsheng found some shops on the map of Daoi Mountain. It's not just weapons and pills. Generally speaking, the Citadel's market can also find treasures that can't even be bought in Yujing. Feng Kuo explained kindly. Chapter 146. It was a treasure that could not even be bought in Yujing City. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary soldier hunting citadel would have such a good item? Yunsheng thought to herself. After she entered Mount Daoi, she had also realized that there was something unusual about this place. The soldier hunting citadel, which looked like an arena, was actually a completely different world inside. According to its functions, it was divided into the public area, the marketplace area, and the arena area. The arena area was naturally where the competition took place. One had to purchase an additional ticket to enter. The marketplace was open all day and provided all sorts of miscellaneous goods, such as magic materials, bones of demonic beasts, and soul stones. The public area was filled with all sorts of places to rest and relax. There were restaurants, tea houses, and gambling dens. There was not a single one missing. When Yunsheng passed by the marketplace area, her heart skipped a beat. She said unconsciously, "In that case, this soldier hunting citadel is quite an impressive place." This is nothing. The development of Zhou State's soldier hunting citadel can only be considered average. This is also because Zhou State has not had a martial saint-level expert like the old general. Even a genius sorcerer like the former eldest son of the Yun family, Yun Songhai, could not be found in Zhou State. Perhaps seeing the soldier hunting citadel had brought up some memories. Feng Kuo unconsciously brought up the past. Suddenly hearing her father's name, Yun Sheng was stunned. Speaking of which, Yun Sheng, your surname is also Yun. Your agricultural talent is not bad. Could it be that you are related to the Yun family? Feng Kuo was suspicious. He tilted his head and looked at Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng had used the identity of the summoner Yin Yun in haunting. However, the three people in the hunting team knew her real name. Yun Sheng had not known the three of them for long. Wenren Xiao had done a simple investigation of her background. She only knew that she was an orphan from a mountain village. After arriving in Yujing City, she had sought refuge with Dr. Fan of the Rejuvenation Hall. Boss Feng, if I were from the general's residence, would I still be a public student and enter the Imperial Magic Academy? Yin Sheng mocked herself. She did not care about the identity of the general's residence. Hearing Yin Sheng's words, Feng Kuo and the others also felt that it was reasonable. Not to mention others. How could the children of the general's mansion be as down-to-earth as Yun Sheng? Old General Yun's grandson, Tang Yu, was a living example. He was a typical playboy who was ignorant and incompetent. Boss Feng, the genius magician you mentioned just now, did he come to Mount Daoi before? He also participated in the competition here. Yin Sheng was very interested in the father that Feng Kuo mentioned. Her father, Yin Songhai, was a very low-key person. In his early years, he hid his identity. After leaving Banana Leaf Village, he rarely mentioned his past deeds to Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng's memories of Yin Songhai's past were told to her by Mei Li. However, that wasn't complete. Yin Sheng thought that as long as she knew more about her father's past, she might be able to find the real cause of her father's poisoning. From there, she would be able to find the person who had poisoned her father and finally find the antidote. Yin Songhai is the most legendary magician in the history of Zhou State. Although the outside world has different opinions of him, I was lucky enough to meet him in my early years. He is indeed an extraordinary person. After a day of traveling, Feng Kuo saw that everyone was tired, so he found a restaurant in the public area. The few of them ate and drank, recovering some strength. During the meal, Feng Kuo told Yun Sheng about Yin Songhai with relish. Yin Songhai had indeed participated in the arena. In fact, the true experts on the continent were all frequent guests of the arena. When they came here, in addition to finding experts who were on par with them, they could also observe other people's competitions to achieve the goal of enlightenment. Yin Songhai's most famous competition took place in a hunter's citadel called Skywing City. It was the only hunter's citadel in the entire continent that only experts of sky rank and above could enter. Skywing City itself was 10,000 meters in the air, so only experts with the ability to fly and summoners with flying summon beasts could reach it. Yin Songhai had just broken through to become a sky magician not long ago. In the Skywings arena, he had swept his way through those of the same rank and obtained an impressive record of 99 consecutive victories. 99 consecutive victories. When Wenren Xiao heard this record, she almost swallowed her chopsticks. Every hunter on the continent had heard of the name Skywing's Hunter Citadel, but only less than 1 in 100,000 experts were qualified to enter Skywings. Only those who had entered Heaven's Wings would know how difficult it was to obtain a victory there. That was because in Skywings, not only did they have to fight people, they also had to fight beasts. There, the ticket price for a competition was as high as 10,000 Imperial Purple Gold coins. The arena would first capture a batch of magical beasts with strength close to commander rank and imprison them for a month. Only when their stomachs were rumbling with hunger would the magical beasts and competitors be allowed to compete in the arena. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of a lord rank, or even a domain rank magical beast king. Under such circumstances, Yin Songhai was still able to maintain such a perfect victory record. This made Yun Sheng, who was always calm, couldn't help but feel the blood in his entire body surge. That was her, Yun Sheng's father, the high-spirited Yun Songhai, at his peak. Did Yun Songhai obtain 100 consecutive victories in the end? Even Mu Nanyan stopped and listened to Feng Kuo speak of the final result. In the arena, if one obtained 100 consecutive victories, they would obtain a Soldier Elite Recruitment Order that was recognized by the Hunter Union. A Soldier Elite Recruitment Order meant that the owner of the order could obtain the Hunter Union's unconditional and unlimited help. Only the hunters knew the importance of this Soldier Elite Recruitment Order. It could be as small as saving a life or as big as attacking a country. Unfortunately, during Yun Songhai's 100th match, he met a female summoner who was participating in a competition for the first time. In just a quarter of an hour, Yun Songhai was defeated, Feng Kuo said slowly. He had not seen that match, but the results of the match were widely known in every hunter citadel. Lost to a female summoner? Could the opponent be an expert from the Zhao state? Wenren Xiao wrung her hands and did not forget to gossip about the appearance of the female summoner. No, the opponent was a freelance summoner with no background. No one knew her appearance or age. It was said that she was wearing a gauze hat when she participated in the competition. That was all Feng Kuo knew. After that, Yun Songhai left the Heaven's Wings arena. However, the record of 99 consecutive victories that he maintained had never been broken by anyone since then. What was surprising was that the female summoner who had defeated Yun Songhai had never appeared again after participating in that match. While Wenren Xiao and Mu Nanyan were sighing endlessly, Yun Sheng's heart softened a little. She had already guessed the identity of the female summoner. In the whole world, the only person who could make the proud and arrogant Yun Songhai bow down was her mother, Hu Jiuxing. The Heaven's Wings arena? If she had the chance, she would definitely step onto that high and mighty arena in the future and rewrite the winning streak record left behind by her father and mother. Chapter 147. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Feng Kuo asked Wenren Xiao and Mu Nanyan to make arrangement for their accommodation while he brought Yun Sheng to the Hunters Guild in Mount Daoi. The people in the Hunters Guild were very familiar with Feng Kuo. As soon as they met, they laughed and said, "Madman, you're here again. Are you here to observe again?" Recently, there have been a few very good hunting teams that have joined the arena. In the arena of Mount Daoi, there were several reasons for the hunters to come. Some were here to take part in the assessment, some were here to watch the competition and gain experience, and some were here to compete in the arena all year round and earn a lot of money. The 3 members of the Huangting hunting team were in between 1 or 2. They were quite famous among the C-class hunting teams in Mount Daoi. When Feng Kuo and the other 2 had just established the hunting squad, they had madly accepted all kinds of big and small missions within 3 years. From the E-grade hunting squad all the way to the D-grade and C-grade, they had made quite a few trips to the arena. Later, because there was no summoner in the team, they were stuck in the C-class and did not advance in the past 2 or 3 years. Therefore, in the past 1 or 2 years, Feng Kuo brought the team members here mostly to observe and learn some recent information about the hunting world. Seeing a 7 or 8-year-old little girl sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder and walking in together, the people in the hunting branch were a little surprised. The few old hunters present were even more teasing. "Feng Kuo, this is not your daughter. The little girl looks so tender. She doesn't look like you at all." Feng Kuo was in his 30s this year. He looked rough. Yun Sheng's skin was white and tender because of the internal strength she cultivated. When the 2 of them stood together, there was a sharp contrast. Feng Kuo was still single. After being scolded like this, his ears turned red, which was rare. He said in a muffled voice, "A group of blind people. I'm here today to apply for the B-class hunting team's assessment. The little girl is the summoner I found." As soon as he said that, the hunters who were teasing him stared at Yun Sheng in amazement. They could not close their mouths. Damn, this little girl is a summoner. There were many summoners in Zhou State to begin with. Those who were recognized by the summoner were mostly treated as distinguished guests by the royal family or large hunting groups. Who would have thought that a C-rank hunting group would actually be able to find a summoner? No wonder Feng Kuo looked so happy. Yunsheng remained calm in the face of the onlookers. She showed her summoning ring to the people from the hunter branch. It really is a summoner. Good boy, you really found a summoner. However, Feng Kuo, if you really want to let this little baby participate in the competition, it won't be good if something goes wrong. The people from the hunting branch stopped joking and warned Feng Kuo. In the world of hunters, there is no explicit rule on the specific age of hunters. However, there is no doubt that if this child summoner really became a hunter, he would undoubtedly break the record of being the youngest hunter on the continent. The people from the Daoi Mountain branch also understood that Feng Kuo was eager to be promoted to a B-rank hunting group. He went crazy and started to harm the seedlings of the continent. Seeing that the surrounding hunters were looking at her, as if they were looking down on her, there was no need to mention how depressed Yunsheng was. Her little lowly body had really given her a lot of trouble. Even Feng Kuo's impression of Yunsheng's strength was only that Yunsheng was a summoner who was very talented in medical skills and magic medicine. Yunsheng did not know that it was precisely because of her age and height that she played an unexpected role in the next few competitions. Feng Kuo laughed loudly. The little girl is just taking up a spot. I won't let her get hurt at all. If these words were said by someone else, others might not believe it. Fists and feet had no eyes. In the arena, who would care about a little girl? However, the words were said by Feng Kuo, so the weight was different. Feng Kuo was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Whether it was close combat or long-range magic attacks, he was outstanding in both. His strength was enough to defeat any of the captains in the C-grade hunting squad. Feng Kuo, don't be too confident. The situation these few days is different. In the Daoi Mountain Arena, there are a few foreign teams. There are B rank and C rank, and their strength is not bad. A few local hunting groups have already been defeated. The people from the hunter branch still had a worried look on their faces. Feng Kuo's expression changed when he heard this. Usually, due to the region, the number of local hunters in each hunter citadel was the highest. However, in the past few years, in order to watch the competition, there was a new competition mode between the citadel and the citadel, which was competitive hunters. Most of these hunters were aggressive and liked to challenge each other in different arenas so that they could gain more fame and win more prizes. A group of hunters had come to the Daoi Mountain Citadel a while ago. They came from a few other vassal states and had already created many winning streaks in the arena. When this matter was mentioned, the hunters in the hunter branch all had angry looks on their faces. Although there was competition between hunting groups, that was a matter between the hunters of Zhou State. If they were defeated by the hunters of other countries, it would be a loss of face for Zhou State. Why didn't the other hunting regiments appear when such a thing happened? Feng Kuo also frowned when he heard this. He was also a hot-blooded person. When he encountered such a thing, he naturally couldn't stand it. Zhou State also had a few A-rank hunting regiments. The hunters inside should be able to teach these blind hunters of other countries a lesson. Those challenging hunting teams from other countries are all B-rank and C-rank hunting teams. It's not easy for the A-rank hunting regiments to make a move. The people from the hunter branch side. If the news of the high-level hunters suppressing the hunters of other countries spread, the reputation of the hunters of Zhou State would be ruined. When Feng Kuo heard this, he also fell silent. He was also helpless. This time, his goal was to pass the assessment. Under such circumstances, it was not good to directly pick on a tough nut to crack. Especially with Yunsheng present, he had to take into account Yunsheng's safety. How could Yunsheng not see Feng Kuo's concerns? However, she was a young person, so it was not appropriate for her to express any opinions at this moment. It was better to help the Huangting hunting team pass the B-rank assessment before making any plans. Complaining was complaining, but the procedures still had to be followed. The hunter branch did not stop Yunsheng from going through the membership procedures because of her age. After filling in a place of origin, name, and information about the hunter branch quickly made a hunter badge for Yunsheng. It was marked E on it. This symbolized that Yunsheng had officially become an E-rank hunter. "Boss Feng, I want to go to the market alone to take a look." After Yun Sheng and Feng Kuo walked out of the hunter branch, Yun Sheng took the initiative to take a look at the market with Xiao He. The market in Inaba Mountain was near the hunter branch. That's good too. It's almost the new year, so the market must be very lively. Remember that the inn we're staying at is northeast of the market. Come back early. Feng Kuo was not worried that Yun Sheng would encounter any trouble in the city. No one would dare to cause trouble in the hunter branch's citadel. The strength of the citadel's patrol team was very shocking. Yun Sheng agreed, then took Xiao He and ran to the market as if they were flying. Feng Kuo was deep in thought. He decided that after returning to the inn, he would talk to Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan about the hunters of other countries. Chapter 148. Mount Daoi was the largest hunter citadel in the southern border of Zhou State. It was right next to the neighboring country, later Qin. Among the 5 great vassal states of the Boundless Land, later Qin and Zhou State were both martial states. Both states had martial sages holding the fort. As a result, the two states often clashed with each other. Although there were no diplomatic wars or conflicts, all kinds of small conflicts and bandits occurred frequently at the border. In order to stabilize the border, the Hunter's Citadel came into being. On one hand, the hunters accepted all kinds of missions to suppress bandits. On the other hand, if there were conflicts among the hunters, they would be settled in the arena. As a result, the southern border became relatively stable. However, at the same time, there was an unavoidable consequence. Neither Zhou State nor later Qin interfered with the management of the Hunter Citadel. In front of the bloodthirsty and warlike hunters, the soldiers and border guards could only turn a blind eye. The security of the Hunter Citadel was completely controlled by the Hunter Citadel's guards organized by the Hunter Citadel. Yun Sheng bade farewell to Feng Kuo and brought Xiao He to the market. Along the way, they met many hunters and merchants from later Qin. One could tell at a glance whether they were from later Qin or not. The citizens of Zhou State were similar to the Asian countries like Country Z, where Yun Sheng was from in her previous life. They all had yellow skin, black hair, and were of average build. Later Qin people were closer to the people of Northern Caucasus. They had brown hair, blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, tall build, fair skin, and deep facial features. After Yun Sheng entered the market, she immediately put on the illusion earring to hide her appearance. She still had 10,000 gold coins that she won from the Wanlong gambling house. Together with the money she earned from selling medicine, she had some savings. When she passed by a magic scroll shop, Yinsheng walked in to see if there were any magic scrolls that she could learn. Yinsheng planned to return to the Jade Capital to raise her level as a sorcerer after helping Feng Kuo and the others complete the Hunter Team assessment. She had already learned Fire Element Intermediate Magic and Earth Element Magic. If it was possible, she wanted to learn Wind Element and Water Element Intermediate Magic as well. The layout of the magic scroll shop was very similar to that of a normal bookstore. However, the bookshelves were filled with magic scrolls made of different animal skins. Seeing that a customer had arrived, a magician came forward to welcome her. Looking at the badge on his chest, he was an archmage. After hearing that Yun Sheng wanted to buy water and wind intermediate magic scrolls, the magician couldn't help but take a few more glances at Yun Sheng. Even with the illusion earrings, it wasn't hard to tell that she was a young, new magician just by listening to her voice and the magician's badge on her. Esteemed customer, the price of magic scrolls are not cheap. Just a scroll that has the ability to confuse water magic, Eye of Fog, costs as much as 9,000 gold coins. The scroll shop owner kindly reminded Yun Sheng. He saw that although Yun Sheng was young, her speech was very steady. Furthermore, there was a small dog beside her. That small dog wasn't an ordinary beast, but a battle pet. To be able to raise a battle pet, she must have some background. 9,000 gold coins. This price truly shocked Yun Sheng. Originally, she had thought that she was already a rich woman. Who knew that the price of a magic scroll would be so high? Yun Sheng didn't know that the drawing of a magic scroll was very complicated. It required the skin of a magic beast that was mid-level or above, special beast blood, and a special method to refine it. Naturally, the price was not cheap. Then I'll take a water magic scroll. It's best if it's a water magic that has a certain level of defense. Yinsheng had no choice but to settle for the second best. She had already received the blessing of the wind spirit. In terms of movement and evasion, there wasn't much of a problem. Yinsheng had occasionally heard her tutor mention the cultivation of a multi-elemental magic soul in magic classes. It emphasized balance and couldn't deviate from any one element. Otherwise, the overall strength of a magician would be like a wooden barrel with a missing board. They would always be half-baked. However, although cultivating a multi-elemental magic sounded easy, it was actually very difficult to put it into practice. This was also why, although a magician with a multi-elemental magic soul had an innate advantage, most of them would specialize in one element. Currently, among Yunsheng's 5 main elements, fire magic was the strongest, followed by the dark thorns that she had just learned. After that, it was earth magic and wind magic. Water magic was the weakest. However, Yinsheng didn't want to buy the Eye of Fog that had the ability to confuse enemies, because she already had Xiaohei. Xiaohei's swallowing the sky battle technique caused the entire screen to turn black. It was much more effective than the Eye of Fog, where you can use Blizzard Sky. That's a large-scale attack, mid-level water magic. The scroll owner still enthusiastically recommended. Yunsheng still shook her head. A large-scale attack spell sounded very cool. However, with her current magical power, she was afraid that her magical power would be depleted after just one use. When facing an enemy, she wouldn't have time to use meditation water to recover. In the end, Yunsheng chose a mid-level spell called Water Binding. This mid-level spell could transform water magic elements into a snake-like magical vapor to restrict the movements of the enemy. The scroll for the mid-level spell Water Binding costs 10,000 gold coins. If you buy it now, I can give you a discount. 9,500 gold coins will do. The magician was all smiles after making a deal. Yinsheng felt the pinch, but she still took out the Empire's purple gold card and paid the money. While waiting for the shop owner to deal with Yunsheng's transaction, a man who had been looking for magic scrolls at the side came over. He opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, are you buying magic scrolls?" The shop owner raised his head and glanced at him. This man wasn't a magician. He looked like a villager from the nearby village. "I'm buying. What kind of magic scroll is it? Is it a beginner or mid-level magic scroll?" The shop owner asked as usual. Unexpectedly, the man scratched his head and said vaguely, "I'm not sure. Take a look and see what kind of scroll it is." Hearing his words, the shop owner couldn't take it anymore. "Man, let me make it clear first. I don't buy scrolls of unknown origin." The shop owner's words meant that he was a little suspicious of the young man's unknown origin. After all, the other party was neither a magician nor a warrior. Where did he get the magic scroll from? "Boss, don't worry. I found this scroll when I was planning to go to the ancestral house. My family was so poor that they couldn't afford to eat, so I took it out to sell. Take a look," the man said and stuffed the magic scroll into the shop owner's hands. Yunsheng took back the Empire's purple gold card and wasn't in a hurry to leave. She also took a look at the young man's magic scroll. It seemed to be a nameless magic scroll, but as an experienced magic scroll merchant, the shop owner still looked at the young man's magic scroll. After looking at it, the shop owner shook his head. "This magic scroll isn't worth much. It's just the most basic earth magic, earth spike. 100 gold coins. Sell it or not." Chapter 149. When the man heard this, he refused to sell. "Why is it only worth 100 gold coins? She spent 9,000 gold coins on an intermediate magic scroll just now. A beginner magic scroll should cost at least 1,000 gold coins. How can you cheat her?" This man was not as simple as he looked. He was not a magician and did not know the exact market price of magic scrolls. When he had approached the magic shop, he had pretended to observe for a long time until Yunsheng had sold an intermediate magic scroll at high price. Only then did he ask. The owner of the magic scroll was unhappy. He could tell that the man's magic scroll must have come from a shady background. Opening a magic scroll shop in the Hunter Citadel was not allowed to embezzle illegal goods. Moreover, the other party was just an ordinary person, yet he dared to question a magician's judgment. Any magician, even a magic apprentice, knew that there was a huge difference between beginner and intermediate magic. To advance from a magic apprentice to a magician's servant, one only needed to apply to join a temple, and they could learn beginner magic under the guidance of the temple's high priest. The magic scroll that the man brought over was made of the worst quality animal skin, and it indeed recorded earth spikes. The second beginner magic that Yunsheng learned was earth spikes. This kind of basic beginner magic was not expensive to begin with. 100 gold coins was already very fair. Go, go, go. If you don't want to sell it, then get out. Don't interfere with my business. Seeing the boss's disdainful expression, the young man was annoyed. However, no matter how angry he was, he did not dare to challenge a magician. He grabbed the magic scroll and stormed out of the magic scroll shop in a huff. Yunsheng saw this and quickly followed him out. When they reached a secluded area, the man heard someone following behind him and became alert. "It's you. Why are you following me?" The man turned around and saw that it was the spendthrift little girl from the shop just now. He knew that Yunsheng had a lot of money on her and could not help but have evil intentions. He wanted to take the opportunity to rob Yunsheng, but at this moment, Yunsheng calmly took out her magic scepter and pointed it at him. He could only give up on the idea. "Brother, can you let me take a look at your magic scroll?" Yunsheng had seen the magic scroll at the counter just now. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that this coarse-looking magic scroll wasn't as simple as the scroll shop owner had said. Seeing that the other party was interested in his magic scroll, the man hurriedly took out a magic scroll and said, "That shop owner's taste is too bad. This scroll must be something good. I spent a lot of effort to get it." Yunsheng opened the magic scroll and looked at it. At first glance, it seemed that the magic scroll shop owner's judgment was correct. It was the skin of the lowest grade of magical beast, and it was impossible for it to be used to record any high-level magic. The beast blood on it had long dried up and faded. Yunsheng touched the magic scroll with her finger, and a golden light flashed through her pitch-black eyes. A weak, almost imperceptible mana leaked out from the magic scroll. Yunsheng felt that this feeling was somewhat familiar. This was the mana of darkness. How could a magic scroll have the mana of darkness? Yunsheng thought to herself, but she was sure that this magic scroll, at least on the surface, was the most basic earth spike magic scroll. How is it? This is definitely something good. It has at least a few hundred years of history. Look, the animal skin is still in good condition. It hasn't been weathered, and the writing on it is still quite clear. The man saw some hope from Yunsheng's reaction. "Uncle, this is indeed the most basic magic scroll. The magic recorded on it isn't very valuable, but this scroll has a very long history. My father likes to collect ancient things. If you're willing, I can buy this scroll for 200 gold coins." Yunsheng didn't show too much excitement. As she spoke, she glanced at the man in front of her again. At the same time, she quietly activated the dark magic soul in her body. Once the dark magic soul was activated, Yunsheng's perception of the mana of darkness greatly increased. As she expected, she quickly sensed a large amount of mana of darkness from the man's body. It wasn't a good thing for an ordinary person to have the mana of darkness on them. He either received a curse from a dark magician, or he believed in some dark demonic god. It was very clear that the man in front of her couldn't believe in any dark demonic god. Then there was only one possibility left. He received a curse from a dark magician. Yunsheng looked at the bottom of his feet. There was still some golden, wet soil. This kind of soil was most commonly seen on the continent's tombs. Yunsheng finally understood why she felt the mana of darkness on a magic scroll. Grave robber. The man in front of her who was selling the magic scroll was definitely a grave robber. It was very likely that he had robbed the grave of a former dark magician and obtained this magic scroll. Yunsheng's guess was right. This man in shabby clothes was really a grave robber. He specialized in digging and robbing all kinds of graves in the border areas where the border guards were weak. Just the day before yesterday, he accidentally found a tomb. The tomb looked quite large, but the infuriating thing was that there was nothing valuable in it. There was only a piece of paper that looked like waste paper. In the line of grave robbers, it was taboo to return empty-handed. He had no choice but to take out that magic scroll. Later on, a fellow with good eyesight said that it was a magic scroll and that it could be sold for a lot of money in the market of Hunter Citadel. He took the magic scroll and went to Mount Daoi. He spent a lot of money on the way here. He thought that it was useless to bring the magic scroll back. 200 gold coins was double the price. 200 gold coins it is. The grave robber sighed and handed the magic scroll to Yunsheng. Uncle, if you have time, go to the temple and pray for blessings. You should wash your hands of the business you're doing as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one person suffers, 3 generations will suffer. Yunsheng calmly reminded the grave robber after she received the magic scroll. Then, she cast the levitation spell and left. Although tomb raiding was a crime against good karma, it was not a crime that deserved death. The only place that could remove dark magic was the Temple of Dharma. That was all she could do to help. The grave robber who was counting the gold coins was stunned. Could it be that this little girl had guessed his identity? He was about to ask when he looked around. The little girl was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he had seen a ghost? The grave robber was so shocked that the gold coins fell to the ground. After a while, he remembered Yunsheng's words. He picked up the gold coins and ran towards the temple in the city. Chapter 150. After Yunsheng obtained the magic scroll, she was not in the mood to stay in the market any longer. She returned to the inn where Huang Tong was. With Wenren Xiao, who loved to enjoy life, the room in the inn was very comfortable. Yunsheng opened the magic scroll. She thought for a moment, then took out a bottle of meditation water and poured it on the magic scroll. If any magic apothecary on the continent were to see this, they would surely curse Yunsheng endlessly. The precious meditation water was actually wasted like this. Yunsheng used the meditation water because she remembered that there was a special herb called withered butterfly vine in the meditation water. This herb had an ingredient that could melt the blood of beasts. She suspected that this magic scroll was the legendary Axis scroll. In the magician's world, magic scrolls were the most important tool for learning magic. There were also so-called official magic scrolls and civilian magic scrolls. The so-called official magic scrolls were produced by the temple or the country. The civilian magic scrolls were produced by some magicians. Most of them did not have a specific production method, and one of them was called Axis scroll. It was said that the earliest Axis scroll was invented by dark magicians. In order to pass down dark magic without being discovered by the temple or the country, they used the appearance of ordinary magic scrolls to hide some of the magic inside. Previously, Yunsheng could not see through this magic scroll with her Shinong eye, but she could see that this magic scroll's animal skin was not simple. It was actually a 100-year-old beast skin that had been tie-dyed with a special technique. From the outside, it looked like the coarsest magic beast skin. It was also because of its appearance that the magic scroll shop owner missed it. Otherwise, even if this Axis scroll really did contain dark magic, the scroll shop owner could sell it privately to some magicians who had a special interest in dark magic. The price would not be low. Think about it. How could a 100-year-old beast hide only record a beginner-level spell like Earth Spike? A layer of white powder floated on the surface of the magic scroll that was dipped in eagle-eye grass. The magic beast blood had also melted. A brand new piece of animal skin was revealed from the tattered animal skin. As expected, a new type of magic was recorded on it. That magic was not dark magic. Disguised magic? Yunsheng read the magic runes on it and found that it was a strange magic that she had never heard of on the continent. It didn't belong to any magic attribute that Yunsheng knew, but its function was very magical. According to the mage who made this magic scroll, he himself was a wind elemental mage. Once, he accidentally discovered this kind of magical magic. To use this kind of magic, one only needed to use a little bit of magic elements. The principle of this magic was similar to Yun Shang's illusion ear studs. They were both used to hide one's true appearance, but it was much more useful than the illusion ear studs. It could allow the user to transform into a man, woman, old, or young at will. Even the clothes and voice could be changed accordingly. It was too magical. This was Yun Shang's first impression when she saw the disguise magic. In Yun Shang's opinion, this spell was much more practical than intermediate spells, such as Misty Eyes. It was a must-have spell for killing and robbing. However, there was also a record at the back of the magic scroll. After the mage who invented the disguise magic understood this kind of magic, he excitedly went to the Temple of Magic. According to the rules of the continent's magic world, the magic attribute of a new magic spell could only be officially appraised after it was approved by the Temple of Magic, who knew that after the local Temple of Magic saw the disguise magic, they reprimanded the mage for not doing his job properly and doing things like bandits. They even stripped the mage of his right to be a mage and banished him from the Temple of Magic. That magician was depressed because of this. In the end, he could only use a special method to hide this magic scroll and die miserably with this magic scroll that was not recognized by the world. His descendants buried the scroll with him in the tomb. Before the mage died, he thought that this magic spell of his would disappear from the world forever. He didn't expect that it would end up in Yun Shang's hands today. This was also why the disguise magic did not have a specific magic attribute and classification. What was even more gratifying was that the disguise magic could be upgraded. It was also divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. At the beginner level, one could change into 1 or 2 states at will. One could also change one's voice and appearance, but it could only be used once a day. At the intermediate level, one could change one's appearance, voice, and appearance multiple times within a day. At the advanced level, one could even use the disguise magic to transform into any person or magical beast. Yin Sheng couldn't help but feel sorry for the sorcerer. She couldn't believe that the sorcerer was being treated like child's play. The ancestors planted trees to provide shade for the descendants. If I had known earlier, I would have asked the grave robber for the location of the mage's tomb and paid my respects to that mage's tomb. Yunsheng couldn't help but sigh. After chanting the disguise magic, Yunsheng transformed from a 6 or 7-year-old child into a 15-year-old girl. Just like what was recorded in the magic scroll, Yunsheng's appearance, clothes, and voice were no different from a 15-year-old girl under the effects of the disguise magic. After learning the beginner disguise magic, Yunsheng would be able to completely get rid of the predicament she was facing. Although the illusion ear studs could blur her appearance, it couldn't change her body shape and voice. This way, she would still be easily exposed. However, the disguise magic didn't have this problem at all. Learning this kind of magic was much easier than learning the 2 intermediate-level magic spells recorded in the magic scroll. Yunsheng even specially used the disguise magic to look like a young girl and walked around the inn. During this time, she even met Feng Kuo and Wenren Xiu in the inn. The two of them stared blankly at Yunsheng, who didn't react at all when she walked past them. As the two of them discussed, Yunsheng occasionally heard words like later Qin, bully, and teach them a lesson. Yunsheng guessed that the content of their conversation must be related to the foreign hunting team mentioned in the hunting branch. However, the disguise magic wasn't invincible. At least, Yunsheng's 2 battle beast companions, Xiaohei and Puffed Egg, could clearly recognize Yunsheng. Magical beasts had a sharper sense of smell than humans. Another point was that no matter how Yunsheng changed, the magic wave on her body would still not change. However, this was enough. Yunsheng planned to use the disguise magic again when she was alone in the future. This lost magic would become one of her trump cards to defeat her enemies, just like the profound magic thunder explosion. Yunsheng didn't expect that gold would shine. This lost magic that had been wronged for hundreds of years would become one of the most legendary magic spells in the continent because of her in the long years that followed. It would also be recorded in the continent's magic history forever. Chapter 151. By the time Yunsheng finished her deep meditation, The sky was already bright. Huang Tung's hunting team would head to the Hunter branch this morning to participate in the first round of the B-grade hunting team assessment. According to the mainland's rules for the advancement of hunters, regardless of whether it was a personal competition or a team competition, they had to challenge 5 hunters of the same level. The 5-round challenge system would be based on 3 wins and 2 losses. After passing the challenge, they had to challenge 1 B-grade hunter. Only then would they pass the assessment. The hunter branch would select the corresponding hunting team according to the number of members who signed up for the advancement assessment. Huang Teng's team did not care about the challenge of a C-grade hunting team at all. After all, they were among the top 10 C-grade hunting teams in Zhou State. However, due to the addition of hunting teams from other countries, the situation in the arena had become unstable. There were several other hunting teams from Zhou State participating in the assessment as well. As they were all old acquaintances, they greeted each other as soon as they entered the hunter branch and waited for their respective teams for the first round of the assessment. Not long after Yun Sheng and the others entered the hunter branch, there was a rumbling sound. The sound was as if someone was about to break out of the ground. Several hunting squads from other countries walked in. The moment those hunting squads walked in, the entire branch of the Hunter Association seemed to be cramped and crowded all of a sudden. When Yun Sheng was in Zhou State, she had always thought that Feng Kuo's body was very tall. However, as soon as these later Qin hunting teams came in, Feng Kuo's body suddenly became normal. There were 3 hunting teams that entered the door. One team had 5 people, and the other 2 teams had 4 people. The hunting team with 5 people was the most eye-catching because all of them had snow-white skin and golden hair. Their faces were also extraordinarily delicate, as if they were carved out of ice. The remaining 2 teams were hunting teams from later Qin. In the hunting team that entered the door first, Feng Kuo's average height was no less than 2 meters. He looked like 4 moving towers just by standing there. The 4 of them were wearing black iron armor. Each piece of the armor weighed at least 20 kilograms. The entire set of armor, including the leggings, weighed at least 100 kilograms. A ferocious beast head was engraved on the chest of the armor. If it were a magician, he would have been crushed into meat paste. However, when this group of people walked in, their steps were orderly and their breathing was steady. Obviously, they were warriors who had undergone strict training. Fighting against this kind of hunting squad, close combat was undoubtedly a dead end. In the hunter branch, except for Huang Tung and a few others, the rest of the hunter teams had a slight change of expression. It was very likely that the hunting teams that stood together today would all meet in the arena later. The opponent's aura was so terrifying that it had already frightened some of the teams that were mainly made up of magicians. The later Qin Blackguard hunting team was a new hunting team made up of 4 brothers with the same surname, Heida, Hei Er, Hei San, and Hei Si. There were 3 warriors and 1 beast summoner in the team. The remaining 3 were all around martial grandmaster. Their close combat abilities were especially outstanding. Wenren Xiu quietly told the 3 of them about the origins of this hunting team. Wenren Xiu was Huang Teng's informant. Before she returned to the inn yesterday, she had asked around at the places where hunting teams often gathered. She learned about the hunting teams that had entered and exited Mount Daoi recently. The Blackguard hunting team could be said to be in the limelight recently. This is the hunting team of Zhou State. Since when did the threshold of being a hunter become so low? If it wasn't for the hunting badge on your body, I would have thought that you were ants that couldn't even withstand a single blow. The group of black-armored hunters let out ear-piercing laughter. What they meant was that the hunters of Mount Daoi's hunter branch were too weak. But at this moment, no one dared to fight back. These black demons were very famous in the city. It was said that they had been in Mount Daoi for a month. Half a month ago, they had just passed the C-Class hunting team's assessment. But after half a month, they came to challenge the B-Class hunting team's assessment. All 5 D-Class hunting teams and 1 C-Class hunting team that were challenged by them were either dead or injured. Moreover, all of them were disabled. Their fierce reputation had already spread in Mount Daoi. However, Since everyone had already signed the life and death exemption letter when they were taking the hunter assessment, the hunter branch could only suffer in silence. Mu Nanyin was the most hot-tempered one. Hearing that, she was about to lose her temper. Boss Feng, they're also the hunters of Later Qin. If it weren't for the fact that they were wearing hunter badges, I would have thought that they were wild boars from the forest. The four of them look exactly the same as the golden rhinoceros boar in our mountain. They even walk the same way, making the ground squeak. A naive and tender voice sounded out in an inappropriate manner. The faces of the black hunters who had spoken earlier were almost as black as the bottom of a burnt pot. After being reminded by Yun Sheng, everyone realized that the four black hunters didn't look like ordinary Later Qin people. Their foreheads were narrow, their noses were long, and they had buck teeth. Together with their overly developed limbs, they were really no different from the clumsy golden rhinoceros boar. Looking at the person who spoke, it was a little girl with a delicate face. Among the 5 blonde hunters standing at the side, a female hunter with a charming face giggled. "You're courting death. Where did this little girl come from? How dare you provoke us?" Black 3 jumped out and swept his iron claws toward Yun Sheng. Feng Kuo reacted faster than Black 3. When he heard Yun Sheng's words, he already knew that the black hunters wouldn't let it go. He lifted Yun Sheng and placed her firmly on his shoulder. He waved the magic scepter in his hand, and a mountain rose from the ground, blocking Black 3's attack. At the same time, Wenren Xiao and Mu Nanyin also moved. Both of them pulled out their magic scepters at the same time and started chanting. Suddenly, all kinds of magic elements gathered in the hunter branch and collided with each other. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Black 3, others may be afraid of you, but our haunting hunter squad isn't. You're a revered martial artist, and you want to bully a young summoner. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid that your black hunter squad won't be able to establish itself in the industry. Feng Kuo's eyes turned sharp. Haunting hunter squad? You're lunatic? He's Icy Prince Wenren Xiao and Fiery Third Lady Mu Nanyin. The black seemed to have come prepared. They had long heard of the strongest team in the sea-level hunting squad, Huangting. However, they had received news earlier that Huangting didn't have a summoner, so there was no way to advance. They didn't expect that they would find a summoner. However, this little reckless girl in front of them was their summoner. Chapter 152. She was too young and too reckless. This time, the Huangting hunting squad was going to be defeated by this little summoner. At the same time, several Zhou State hunting squads, including the members of the hunting squad, broke out in a cold sweat for the Huangting hunting squad. Madman Feng Kuo, Ice and Snow Prince Wenren Xiao, and Fiery Third Lady Mu Nanyin were all top-notch figures in the great Zhou dynasty's hunting world. Their combat power was strong, and they had Feng Kuo, who was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, as their leader. The hunting team, formed by the 3 of them, could definitely rank in the top 3 among all the C-class hunting teams. But in order to advance, they found a little summoner who was obviously not strong enough and not smart enough. Although she was young, she offended the Black Valiant hunting squad as soon as she opened her mouth. If they met in the arena, the narrow-minded Black 3 and the others would definitely pressure her. In the arena, fists and feet had no eyes. Life and death were determined by fate. This little summoner would definitely be a burden. If anyone dares to touch Yin Yun, I, Wenren Xiao, will be the first to not let him off. As Wenren Xiao spoke, his dazzling face was shrouded in a murderous aura. At this moment, he revealed the aura of the Icy Prince. Mu Nanyin also echoed, "I don't mind letting the person who provoked me have a taste of my magic." Under the pressure of many magic scepters, the Black Valiant hunting squad did not dare to move for a while. TSK. How can these people be so stingy? They took a cute little girl's childish words seriously. Don't tell me some people have really turned into pigs because of her words? The golden-haired female hunter, who was the first to burst into laughter, clicked her tongue in wonder. She walked gracefully in front of Black 3 and Feng Qua. With a wave of her hand, Feng Qua's magic mound disappeared. Feng Qua could not help but change his expression. The other two members of the hunting squad were also shocked. The female hunting squad member was dressed in a slender emerald green robe. Her blonde hair was like the sun in the sky. Her facial features were perfect and flawless. She casually moved in front of Yunsheng and unceremoniously pinched Yunsheng's face. Yunsheng tried to dodge, but the huntress seemed to have expected it. She changed her hand gesture and pinched Yunsheng's pink cheeks accurately. Little girl, she looks like a glutinous rice ball. Sigh. I say, Captain, why don't we find a lowly summoner? She's so soft when we hug her at night. The lowly's body also exudes the fragrance of herbs. The young girl's eyes were glowing at this moment. She wished she could snatch Yunsheng from Feng Qua's hands, hug her tightly, and ravage her fiercely. Hearing her words, Yunsheng felt goosebumps all over her body. The captain of the golden-haired hunter squad showed a bitter expression. Divine Wind, don't forget, you are our summoner. Oh, I almost forgot, so I'm a summoner. Seeing her careless appearance, the captain of the hunting squad could not stand it anymore. He pulled a long face and dragged the rascal back. Before leaving, the blonde female hunting squad member did not forget to enthusiastically wave at Yunsheng. Little lowly, my name is Divine Wind. I'm from the Immortal Jew country. I belong to the Immortal Jew country's tyrannical soul hunting squad. You must work hard in the next hunting squad assessment. The Immortal Jew country's hunting squad was another hunting squad from another country. However, compared to the hunting squad from Later Qin, this hunting squad called Immortal Jew country could be considered a handsome and beautiful hunting squad. Every member's skills were not bad. Even with Yunsheng's current Shenong pupil, she was actually unable to see through the other party's cultivation, especially that female hunter called Divine Wind. Her move just now, she couldn't tell if it was a spell or a battle technique, but it directly broke Feng Qua's intermediate earth magic. Her strength was very likely the strongest among the tyrant souls. Such a hunting squad was actually participating in the B-rank hunting squad assessment. However, the other party was a 5-member hunting squad and would not directly clash with Huangtung. Yunsheng rubbed her cheeks. Was that guy a woman? His strength was not small. After being interrupted, the Black Valiant hunting squad's arrogance was suppressed by the hunting squad from the Immortal Jew country. The other hunting squads stood at the side, waiting for the hunting squad's arrangements. Little Sheng, are you okay? Wenrenxiu looked carefully at Yunsheng. Just now, that Immortal Jew country's hunting squad member had acted very quickly. He was completely caught off guard and allowed the hunting squad member to take liberties with Yunsheng. How despicable. Even he had pinched Yunsheng's face. I'm fine. That person did not have any hostility. Yunsheng wanted to say that not only did she not have any hostility, but she also seemed to feel a sense of familiarity and closeness from Divine Wind. She was just a stranger. How could she have such a feeling? Yunsheng was puzzled. But why does everyone here seem to be afraid of that Immortal Jew country's hunting squad? Yunsheng was very observant. She noticed that even the Black Valiant hunting squad did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of the Immortal Jew country's hunting squad. Because that is a hunting squad from the Immortal Jew country. You have not been to the Immortal Jew country. Blonde is a mixed blood from the Immortal Jew country. That hunting squad is not simple. And that Divine Wind, don't be fooled by her beautiful appearance. Although Wenrenxiu was a womanizer and liked beautiful women, he did not dare to have any ideas about the mixed blood from the Immortal Jew country. What do you mean? Isn't the Immortal Jew country also one of the 5 great vassal states? What's the difference between them and Zhou State and Later Qin? Yunsheng had only been in the Boundless Land for 6 years and in the Jade Capital for 1 year. Although she had learned some knowledge of the mainland through reading and classes, she did not know much about the other regions and countries of the mainland. The Immortal Jew country was the furthest from Zhou State among the 5 great vassal states and 1 capital. People from the Immortal Jew country were rarely seen in Zhou State. The Immortal Jew country is also known as the descendants of the elves. Their imperial court is built on a sky divination tower. In the Immortal Jew country, there are humans and mixed bloods. Humans are no different from ordinary people. However, mixed bloods are different. Most of them have elven blood. Among them, the summoners are said to be able to summon combat elves. When Wenrin Xiu was young, he had traveled all over the mainland because of his family's arrangements. He had been to the Immortal Jew country before and could not forget what he had seen and heard there. I also heard that the mixed bloods from the Immortal Jew country have a special characteristic. Most of them are indescribably beautiful. They only reach adulthood at the age of 20. Before they reach adulthood, they're not differentiated by gender. Mu Nanyin did not have a good impression of Divine Wind. Can summon elves? Not differentiated by gender? This completely subverted Yun Sheng's values. She finally understood why no hunting squad in the Hunter branch dared to have a direct confrontation with the Immortal Jew country's hunting squad. The elves were an extraordinary existence, second only to the gods. Chapter 153. After the conflict between He Hu and Huang Tong. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, the Hunter branch sped up the process and quickly arranged the teams for the first day. Huang Tong and He Hu, who disliked each other, did not meet in the first round. Huang Tong's first opponent was a sea-level Sacred Armor Hunter team from Yujing District of Zhou State. The 4 members of the team were a summoner, 2 warriors, and a mage. However, before that, Heihu Hunter team would fight against a hunter team from the northwest of Zhou State. In order to increase Yun Sheng's experience, Feng Kuo and the other 3 came to the arena of Mount Daoi earlier to watch the match between Heihu and the Trench Hunter team. In the arena of Mount Daoi, there were mainly several types of competitions. One was purely for spectators, and the other was the Hunter Assessment competition, which was set up for the Hunter Assessment. The first type of competition was for spectators. Ordinary people and hunters had to buy tickets to watch the match. Most of the people who participated in the competition were hunters who made a living from the prize money. According to the seats, the price of each ticket ranged from 5 gold coins to 500 gold coins. Of course, there were some seats in the arena that could not be bought with gold coins. Those seats were for aristocrats or famous hunting groups to watch the competition. There was another type of competition, the Hunter Assessment. It was a competition that was used to test the hunter's abilities. The scale was much smaller than the spectator competition, but it was much more exciting than the spectator competition. The Hunter Assessment was also divided into individual and team competitions. At the same time, it was also known as the cradle of hunting and poaching. It was just like the popular sports, such as football or basketball in the world, where Yun Sheng lived in her previous life. Many talented hunters would be selected by large hunting groups or countries to be specially trained as mercenary hunters. The arena of the Hunter Assessment was arranged in the sub-arena of the arena of Mount Daoi. As long as one had a hunter badge and paid 10 gold coins, they could enter the arena to watch the competition. Those who participated in the assessment competition on that day could also enjoy a 20% discount. At the same time, the victory of a hunter in the arena would also be counted as a hunter's points in the hunter's level assessment. Compared to some hunting missions that took months to complete, the hunting tournament, which lasted from half an hour to several days, had become a shortcut for many hunters to level up. Yun Sheng had just become a hunter not long ago. She was only an E-class hunter, but if she participated in the hunter competition, as long as she won 30 E-class competitions in a row, she would be able to become a D-class hunter. However, Yun Sheng did not do so. She had come here to help Huang Tong. Feng Kuo was a very good captain, but this did not mean that Yun Sheng was really willing to submit to others. Furthermore, Huang Tong was already famous, and she wasn't willing to be sheltered by his fame. She had even secretly planned that after this hunter selection tournament ended and she returned to the Jade Capital, she could consider asking Goofing and Abandon to form a small hunting team to play with. However, if anyone thought that it was easy to get through the hunting tournament, he would be very wrong. Yunsheng was in Mount Dao yesterday, so she did not visit the arena. Today, when she arrived at the arena, she was deeply shocked by the huge stone arena in front of her. It was a field-shaped building similar to the ancient Roman buildings. The outer wall was close to 50 meters high, and the stones were piled up tightly. Even a knife could not penetrate it. It was said that the defensive power of the arena was very high, enough to withstand the attack of 1,000 beast-tide. In the arena, there were 4 main areas: Heaven, 500 consecutive wins; Earth, 250 consecutive wins; Human, 100 consecutive wins; and Earth, 30 consecutive wins, as well as 12 sub-arenas. Generally speaking, the hunter assessment competition below B class will be held in the sub-arenas. Huangtang's competition would be held in the 8th sub-arena in an hour, and the Black Squad's competition that they were going to watch now would be held in the 11th sub-arena. When Yunsheng entered, the competition had just begun. About 500 to 600 hunters were already sitting inside. Most of them were hunters from Zhou State, and there were also a dozen hunters from Later Qin. The hunters from Zhou State had the home ground, so they naturally cheered loudly for their own hunting team. Welcome to the Mount Dao Arena. I'm the referee for this competition, Lon Lon, the Wind Magic Master. A woman in a blue satin robe floated in the air. She was about 20 years old, with a delicate appearance and good magic cultivation. While using the levitation spell, she quickly released a sound amplification magic array in the air. Lanlin's voice was amplified several times and fell clearly into the ears of every hunter who was blinded by their hot-bloodedness. The hunters who were originally excited only felt their minds clear up, and the surging blood in their bodies calmed down a lot. Yunsheng believed that the female sorcerer named Lon Lon must have added a special kind of calming magic to the sound amplification magic array. It seems that the Mount Dao Arena has already prepared. The female sorcerer is a famous healing sorcerer in the Mount Dao area, and she's good at wind-type binding magic. The Black Squad's high casualty rate in the previous battles has already caused public anger in the hunting community of Zhou State. Mu Nanyan took the initiative to be the commentator. The Black Squire hunting squad has appeared. For black pagoda-like figures stood in 4 different directions of the arena. The Holy Armor hunting team of Zhou State also entered the arena. Compared to the Black Squad's black armor, the Holy Armor hunting team's light cavalry didn't look very lethal. The Holy Armor hunting team, who had already heard of the Black Squad's reputation, didn't look very good. The hunters outside the arena shouted thunderously, "Slaughter those bastards from Later Qin! Holy Armor! Let's fight for the pride of the hunters of Zhou State! Black Squad, get out!" Lon Lon made a shushing gesture and invited the 2 teams to show their strength. The uproar only lasted for a moment, and the 4 Black Squad brothers showed their weapons and magic scepters in unison. Haida, Martial Honorable, Weapon Battle Axe. Hey Air, Martial Honorable, Weapon Cloud Piercing Bow. Hey San, Master Magician, Fire Dual Soul Stone. Hey Sea, Beast Summoner. 2 revered martial artists, 1 Master Magician, and 1 Beast Summoner. This Black Valiant Hunter team that almost swept through the D-Rank Hunter exam was indeed outstanding. The 4 Holy Armor hunting team members' faces turned even paler after hearing this. If it wasn't for the loud cheers of the hunters of Zhou State, they would have forfeited and left. Their lineup was only 1 Martial Honorable, 1 Master Magician, 1 Great Magician, and 1 Beast Summoner. Yunsheng noticed that the Beast Summoners on both sides didn't summon their beasts immediately. It seemed that, as Feng Qua had said earlier, the Beast Summoner's beast was the key to a battle between 2 teams with similar strength. The strength of the beast could directly affect the final result. Of course, there must be a prerequisite, which was that the 2 teams' strength must be similar. Feng Qua had a bad feeling. He looked at Yunsheng, who was watching with great interest, and thought to himself that maybe he shouldn't have brought Yunsheng to watch a battle. Chapter 154. After Lan confirmed that both sides were ready, she shouted, 11th Division B-Ranked Hunter Team Qualification Test, begin. Just as Lan reminded them, the summoner of the Holy Armor Hunter team immediately summoned his beast. It was an inconspicuous, low-level Tibetan dog. It seemed that the Holy Armor Hunter team had also found a summoner to make up the numbers. They knew that they were no match for the Black Valiant Hunter team, but they couldn't easily give up on the hard-earned qualification test. The two mages immediately began to chant, while the only revered warrior in the team guarded the two mages. Unfortunately, the combination of one warrior and two mages obviously couldn't achieve the effect of 1 against 3. On the other hand, the Black Valiant Hunter team had 2 warriors, 1 mage, and 1 summoner. The 2 mages were just right to cover the other two's chanting. Go! The 4 brothers of the Hay family didn't put the Holy Armor Hunter team down. In their eyes, the summoner and mage didn't even bother to use magic or beasts. Their physique was tyrannical. They rushed forward like 4 sharp arrows, instantly tearing apart the defense of the revered warrior. Haida and Heir's muscles bulged. Dochi erupted from their bodies like a volcano. They used their battle skills at the same time. Dochi rose from Heida's body. Under the effect of the Dochi, his body seemed to have grown a few inches taller. He didn't even use a weapon. With a shoulder attack, he smashed the head of the revered warrior. Blood immediately flowed out. Heir didn't show any weakness. Facing the Holy Armor Mage's Earth Spike attack, he relied on his warrior's tyrannical body. His iron fist forcefully went through the Holy Armor Mage's wind wall. His fist went through the chest of the Holy Armor Mage. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Half of the mage's sternum caved in, and his body went limp on the ground. Seeing such a situation, the remaining mages and summoners no longer had the heart to continue fighting. They didn't care that they were still in the arena and shouted, "We forfeit, we don't want to compete anymore." Lan just raised her magic scepter and was about to stop the battle. Who knew that Heir had already raised his magic scepter? With 2 rumbling sounds, a purple light flashed in the air like a snake, slashing towards the Beast Master. That Beast Master's head was immediately split in half. Stop! Seeing this, Lamlin's face turned pale. The magic scepter in her hand immediately shot out a green light. A wind rope shot out from the ground and wrapped around the panic-stricken member of the Holy Armor Hunter team, sending him out of the arena. Black Squad's hunting squad, don't go too far. The other party had already begged for mercy, but you still killed him. If you don't obey the rules of the arena next time, you'll face a ban and heavy fine. You will even be blacklisted in the arena. Lan was so angry that her face turned red. She was a wind magician and was much faster than the average magician. She did not expect He to take the opportunity to kill a few people in front of her. She was really enraged by He's cruelty. The hunter assessment was not an ordinary competition. It was just a competition between peers of the hunter branch. Once there was a winner, it would end. In the spectator seats on the ground, the hunters from Zhou State also quieted down. The battle just now could be considered as an absolute suppression of strength. Although whose methods were ruthless, the shock it caused was undeniable. The Holy Armor Hunter team, which was qualified to take the assessment as a B-grade hunter team, was swept away like wheat being reaped. The remaining magician was already scared out of his wits. It was unlikely that he would be able to take the assessment again. Whose reputation was not inferior even in the B-grade assessment arena. This left a shadow in the hearts of some of the C-grade hunter teams. Then I'll let it go today for the sake of Master Lan. Big Hay waved his hand and bought a favor from Lan. The 4 of them walked down the arena domineeringly. Big Hay glanced at the battle beast Tibetan hound in the corner of the arena and smiled maliciously. He clawed out with his 5 fingers, and a surge of Do Chi grabbed the cowering Tibetan hound. The Tibetan hound was only a low-level magic beast. It was completely helpless against the Do Chi of a martial saint. Big Hay crushed the Tibetan hound's skull and cruelly threw it towards the spectator seats. The direction was towards where Yun Sheng and the others were. Zhan Zian said that killing was not allowed, but she did not say that killing a battle beast was not allowed. Big He took this opportunity to enrage Huangting's hunter team. "You've gone too far." Moon Anyin suddenly stood up. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed, and the Tibetan hound, which was already on the verge of death, was snatched away by the black shadow. A Shaohei hound with shiny fur snatched the Tibetan hound. The sky-devouring mastiff, the well-deserved king of the canine and wolf clan. Although Shaohei was still young, at this moment, its eyes were shining with anger, and it already had the aura of a king. It held its head high and stared at Big He with a pair of golden eyes. It walked in a straight line and circled Big He. Witnessing the Tibetan hound, which was also of the canine bloodline, being seriously injured by the black armored hunter, Shaohei's beast blood was like boiling water, unable to calm down. Another low-level canine beast. Whose battle beast is this? If you don't come out to claim it, don't blame me for killing another one. Big He was dissatisfied. He thought that he could continue with that move, but Huangting's people couldn't help but come forward to find trouble. Heihu's match for today had already ended, but Huangting's match had not started yet. If they fought privately in the arena, Huangting would probably be disqualified directly. Even if he was not disqualified, it would consume a certain amount of magic power, which would cause some adverse effects to Huangting's next match. Who knew that a battle beast would appear halfway? Although they could not distinguish the rank of the little dog in front of them, but looking at its movements just now, it must be a good battle beast. Moreover, to be able to make a battle beast stay outside the magic space for a long time, it would consume a lot of magic power. The opponent's summoner must be very strong. Shaohei come back. Unexpectedly, just as the black armored hunter team was thinking of a bad idea, a female battle beast suddenly appeared. The little girl summoner, sitting next to Feng Kuo, jumped down from the spectator stand. She was petite, but her body technique was very good. When she landed, she made no sound. Seeing that Yun Sheng had gone down, Huangting and the other two followed closely. Shaohei looked at Yun Sheng. Although she was a little reluctant, she still picked up the Tibetan hound and walked back to Yun Sheng's side. It was her. This battle beast that looked good turned out to be the battle beast of this 6- or 7-year-old child summoner. Huangting's people also knew that Yun Sheng was a famous doctor. She should want to save this Tibetan hound. Yun Sheng took the Tibetan hound from Shaohei's mouth, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. Yun Sheng sighed softly and put her hands on the Tibetan hound's neck. Chapter 155. Behind Yun Sheng, Feng Kuo was on guard against the Black Valiant Hunter team. He was also worried that this sudden incident would affect Yun Sheng's state in the upcoming competition. After all, she was still a child. The smell of the violent slaughter had yet to disperse, and the bloodstains on the arena had yet to dry. For Yun Sheng, who had just become a hunter, this was too cruel. Collapse. It would be best if she collapsed on the spot. The Black Valiant Hunter team secretly thought that if the opponent lost their summoner, they would no longer have the right to participate in the B-level hunter assessment. On the other hand, the Black Valiant Hunter team's faces were full of malice. They couldn't wait for the child summoner to collapse on the spot and wipe out the confidence of the Zhou State hunters. Although C-level to B-level hunters weren't the best in the hunting world, they had the largest number and were the core of a country's hunters. In recent years, Zhou State's national strength had declined. Yun Ba, known as the martial sage of Zhou State, hadn't appeared in front of the world for nearly 8 years. It was rumored that Zhou State warriors were declining. Today, they saw that the Holy Armor Hunter team couldn't withstand a single blow. It seemed that the Zhou State was just SOSO. At this moment, the 11th branch arena was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the little girl summoner. Suddenly, there was a click. The sound was especially clear under the effect of the sound amplification magic array. The Tibetan hound lying on the ground had its neck limp. It was no longer breathing. Yun Sheng's hand loosened. Everyone was stunned. She killed it. There was no collapse or fear. Yun Sheng closed the Tibetan hound's eyes. The Tibetan hound's skull was shattered. The Tibetan hound's vitality was far less than Xiaohei's. Death was the best outcome for it. Death is also a relief. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I will twist your enemy's neck off like a chicken's neck. As Yunsheng spoke, her eyes seemed to glance at the black Valiant Hunter team. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard those words. So arrogant. It was fucking awesome. This little girl actually said that she wanted to twist off the head of the Black Valiant Hunting Squad's captain, Big Black. When Blackita heard this, he immediately exploded. Damn girl, you're courting death. Big Hay was furious. With his cultivation and strength, he had been ridiculed by the same person for 2 days in a row. The other party was just a fledgling hunter. There was no way she could swallow her anger. Just as Haida was about to explode, his gaze was suddenly attracted by Yunsheng's eyes. It was pitch black like a well that one could not see through. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. Haida only felt a stabbing pain in his head. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Big brother. Hey, Air 3 and 4 behind him thought something was wrong and hurried forward to support Haida. Ghost Girl, what did you do to my big brother? Hayer was furious. He had never seen his big brother like this. He was sure that Yunsheng was cheating. He's such a big guy. What did I do? Why? Do you still want to be violent? Do you really think that Master Lon Lon is just a decoration? Yunsheng laughed secretly. It seemed that the effect of her Shun Nong pupil was better for warriors. Shin Nong pupil also had a hypnotic effect. In terms of spiritual resistance, warriors were much worse than mages. Lon Lon immediately intervened between the two parties. At this moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. A tornado rose up from the ground next to the 10th branch arena. In an instant, even the 11th and 9th branch were affected. The walls collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground like crawling insects. The hunters who were still at the scene were in a mess. The crowd dispersed, and no one was in the mood to care about the dispute. Feng could not say anything. He lifted Yunsheng up and sat her on his shoulder. With a few leaps, he dodged the huge stones brought by the tornado. The sky was still as blue as before. There was not the slightest hint of gloominess before the arrival of a tornado. That tornado was very powerful, and there were no signs before it came. The tornado's destructive power was shocking. Fortunately, it only lasted for a short period of time. The tornado quickly rose into the sky and turned into a rolling cloud in the sky. However, its destructive power was undoubtedly shocking. 2 or 3 branch arenas were affected. The arenas and the spectator stands were all destroyed. Some of the spectators who did not have time to escape were crushed under the stones. At this time, the mages in the arena were not in the mood to care about what happened in the arena. A large group of mages rushed over. They worked together to lift the stones and heal the injured. What happened? Wasn't there a competition in the 10th branch arena just now? Why would there be a tornado out of nowhere? The spectators, who had just survived the disaster, were discussing the tornado animatedly. Someone remembered the schedule of today's competition. I remember now. Isn't the Immortal Abode's hunting team competing in the 10th branch arena? Sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder, Yunsheng, who had the geographical advantage, pointed to the sky. There's someone up there. The tornado's effect had weakened. There was only a small cloud vortex left in the sky. A silhouette was revealed. That person was Divine Wind, who Yunsheng had met in the hunting team's branch earlier. She was standing in the air, under the sunlight. Her half-elf face was almost transparent. On her back, there was a pair of emerald green wind wings. At first glance, she really did look like a wind elf. The wind wings flapped and drew a beautiful emerald green, arc divine wind landed on the ground. As soon as she saw Yunsheng, a dazzling smile appeared on her face. Little lowly, I knew you were here. I heard your voice in the arena next door. In order to see you, I directly overturned the wall. Yunsheng's little face stiffened. She did not know if she was telling the truth. Divine Wind, you're too presumptuous. You destroyed 3 branch arenas and injured 50 to 60 hunters. The opponent's hunting team did not even have a corpse left. Lon Lon led the magicians and hunters in the arena and swarmed forward. They had already asked about the situation in the 10th arena. All of this was caused by divine wind alone. As soon as she said this, the hunters in the arena were in an uproar. What a good, not even a corpse left. What a good destroyed 3-branch arenas. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Today, the hunters who bought the admission tickets could be said to be worth the price of the ticket. At this moment, there was only one sentence in every hunter's heart. Wasn't this too cruel? In this day and age, how did hunters become such a high-risk profession? They were simply more desperate than desperados. No one would have thought that the tyrannical soul hunting team's methods were several times more cruel than the black valiant hunting team. Chapter 156. What a good divine wind. Just for the sake of meeting a person, she destroyed 3 sub-battlefields. Because of this, the arena had no choice but to change the competition schedule. As soon as the competition ended, the tyrannical soul-hunting team faced a high compensation from the arena, as well as a 3-match ban. The captain of the tyrannical soul-hunting team apologized, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. On the other hand, the troublemaker Divine Wind didn't have any self-awareness. He enthusiastically shouted at Yun Sheng, "Little lowly, your competition is about to start. I'll come over to support you later." Before he could finish speaking, the captain of the tyrannical soul-hunting team grabbed him by the collar and forcibly dragged him out. When Divine Wind was dragged away, the hunters on the side all had a secretive look on their faces. That tornado just now had thoroughly revealed the strength of the tyrannical soul-hunting team. Not to mention that tornado, just the wind wings that Divine Wind used to fly in the air just now were much more advanced than the levitation technique. The wind wings' shape was lifelike. There were 2 ways to form them: magic wings and dochi wings. Dochi wings required at least the cultivation level of a martial ancestor. If it was elemental wings, then one had to at least be a sky magician. At this moment, if you casually asked any hunting team which team they were most unwilling to fight, it would definitely be the tyrannical soul hunting team and the black tiger hunting team. In any case, the black tiger hunting team would at least leave their bodies intact. If they were unlucky enough to fall into the hands of Divine Wind, then it was very likely that not even a bit of bones would be left. The tyrannical soul hunting team was suspended for 3 days. During these 3 days, the 5-man hunting teams were endlessly rejoicing. However, the hunting teams that were going to compete 3 days later had already begun to worry. The unanimous conclusion of the hunting teams was that if they encountered the tyrannical soul hunting team, they would directly forfeit. In any case, every hunting team had 2 chances to admit defeat. After being forcibly dragged out of the sub-battleground, the captain of the tyrannical soul hunting team hurriedly let go of Divine Wind. With a helpless expression, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times. It turned out that this captain wasn't the real captain of the tyrannical soul hunter squad, and was actually the unknown Divine Wind. Forgive me for my rudeness, but your actions just now were too risky. You exposed your strength, and at the same time, attracted the attention of the hunters from Zhou State. The captain set up a magic barrier around them to prevent their conversation from being overheard by others. The tornado had attracted almost all the guards in the arena. At this moment, there were no people from Zhou State around. General Batu, I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The enemy's hunting team dressed up as bandits in the border area. They robbed several villages and humiliated many women. Dying in my hands is already the best way for them. Divine Wind's face was still carefree, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Divine Wind would not forget that after he entered the Great Zhou, he had encountered the ruins of several ruined villages and the orphans and widows. The matter of the hunters will come to an end for the time being. You also need to pay attention to your words and actions. You are too close to that child summoner. As descendants of the elves, the royal family of the immortal Zhou country rarely dealt with the human race. In their view, most of the human race was extremely cunning and good at scheming. The summoner of the haunting hunting team was young, but relying on the innate sensitivity of the descendants of the elves, Batu felt that Yunsheng was far from being as simple as her appearance showed, especially with her eyes full of wisdom. The elves believed that the eyes were the door to the soul and could best reflect a person's wisdom. During the chaos just now, most of the people were still in shock, but that little girl was just watching coldly from the side. Her words and actions and calmness were not like an ordinary person at all. That kind of precocious wisdom should not appear on child. I don't know why I want to be close to her, but when I saw her for the first time, I felt an unusual sense of closeness from her, as if we had known each other for a long time. Divine Wind narrowed her beautiful eyes thoughtfully. But she is not a descendant of the elves. Divine Wind King, you have forgotten the elves' warning. Descendants of the elves should not deal with humans. It will bring you misfortune, the captain persuaded earnestly. I know these things in my heart. Not everyone is so bad, at least the little lowly is not. Divine Wind's eyes could not help but glance at the branch arena not far away. He secretly said in his heart, "Little lowly, don't let me down. I believe that you will definitely be able to join me in the B-class hunting team." King, the purpose of our trip is less than the competition. The most important thing is to find the location of the ancient tomb. We have already found a few local gravediggers. I believe that under their investigation, the ancient tomb will soon be found. If you can get that divine object, your summoning skill will definitely reach a higher level. The captain showed some joy. They had followed the Divine Wind King from the immortal residence to Zhou State. Seeing that the deadline for completing the mission was getting closer and closer, they could not help but become excited. However, Divine Wind's face was indifferent. Her mind had already flown to the competition on the other side. Yun Sheng and the others' first round of assessment was about to begin. But just before the assessment began, Feng Kuo cautiously asked Yun Sheng if she wanted to participate in this assessment. Yun Sheng knew what Feng Kuo was worried about. "Boss Feng, you don't have to worry. In addition to saving people, a doctor is also the person who has experienced the most life and death situations in the world. I am far stronger than you think." Yun Sheng's face was still rippling with two dimples when she spoke, looking harmless and cute. Feng Kuo and the others did not believe her words. How old was Yun Sheng? Could it be that she had seen more dead people than them? But no one doubted Yun Sheng's words. When she spoke, the vicissitudes of life and death appeared between her eyebrows, which made people's hearts beat abnormally. Yun Sheng still remembered that when she had just learned medicine, there was a period of time when Yun Sheng didn't even want to learn medicine again after encountering her first patient's death from ineffective medical treatment. When Yun Sheng's grandfather learned about it, he only told Yun Sheng one sentence: "As a doctor, it is your duty to let the patient live and let the patient die painlessly." Seeing that Yun Sheng was fine, the few of them began their assessment competition. The referee for Yun Sheng and the others was still Zhang Ziyan. At the 9th Division Arena, the Sea-Level Hunter assessment begins. Both teams, please come out. The 4 members of Huang Tang's hunter team came out one by one, but the trench hunter team did not move at all. Magic Double Cultivator, Feng Kuo, Warrior Wenren Xiao, Magician Mu Nanyan, Summoner Yun Sheng. Since Yun Sheng had already let Xiao He appear just now, she did not hide it this time and directly let Xiao He follow beside her. There was no suspense in this competition. The so-called top existence of Huang Tang's Sea-Level Hunter team was incisively and vividly displayed in this battle. They did not give the other party any time to breathe and directly defeated the 4 hunters from the other team. They passed the first round of assessment smoothly. Chapter 157. After the first round of assessment, Boss Feng treated Huang Tang and the others to a good meal. While the others were toasting, Yun Sheng found an excuse and walked out of the inn. Yun Sheng, who had used disguise magic, looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She was dark and thin, with an ordinary appearance. She was the kind of person who could be easily found in a crowd. "Boss, How much is the fresh beast meat? Yunsheng walked to a beast meat shop in Daoi Mountain City. Because of the frequent appearance of hunters, there was also a large amount of fresh beast meat and beast bones for sale here. Little girl, what kind of beast meat do you want? This shop only sells beast meat of rank 3 and above. Do you want fresh or frozen? The boss saw that there was a customer and enthusiastically introduced. On the boundless continent, there were no modern machines or equipment. The so-called frozen meat referred to the frozen meat that was enchanted with water and ice magic. This kind of meat was much cheaper and tasted bad. It was specially eaten by summoners or mages who were short on money, but also raised beasts. Yunsheng sent Puffed Egg and Xiao He into the Linglong Beast Tower to cultivate. During the cultivation period, the two beasts needed a large amount of beast meat to replenish their strength. Although Puffed Egg and Xiao He were not big in size, their appetite was comparable to that of a strong man like Boss Feng. Eating 10 to 20 caddies of beast meat in a meal was considered a small matter. Yunsheng now had 3 mouths to feed. In addition, she bought a new magic scroll water bind the day before yesterday. She really did not have many gold coins on her. How much is the price of the 2 kinds of beast meat? Yunsheng pondered. Rank 4 beast meat, starting from 10 caddies. Frozen meat is 250 gold coins for 10 caddies. Fresh meat is 400 gold coins for 10 caddies. The boss still explained kindly. Yunsheng's face instantly turned bitter. Wouldn't this mean that she would become poor with just one meal? Magical beast meat was a rare commodity on the continent. Those who could afford it were either descendants of aristocratic families, nobles, or high-level hunters. The price of Class 4 magical beast meat was already several hundred gold coins, and Class 5 magical beast meat was over 1,000 gold coins. As for Class 6 magical beast meat, the price was sky-high. For a small summoner like Yunsheng, who even risked her life to raise 2 beasts, one could imagine the pressure she was under. At present, it was impossible for Yunsheng to personally hunt the magical beasts, so there was only one way left. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Boss, is there a clinic nearby?" Yunsheng had 2 main ways to earn money, either through alchemy or artifact forging. But for artifact forging, with Yunsheng's current strength, she still needed to rely on a cultivation treasure like the Magic Tower, so she chose alchemy. After all, in her previous life, Yunsheng had a solid foundation in medicine. In addition, she had previously refined hemostatic medicine, detoxification powder, high-grade meditation water, and top-grade moon god water. Her foundation in alchemy could be considered quite solid. Little miss, if you want to see a doctor and buy ordinary finished medicine, then there's no one else but the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The clinic is at the southernmost part of the street. The boss didn't neglect Yunsheng because she couldn't afford the magical beast meat and pointed the way for Yunsheng. In the continent's medicine system, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was fully deserving of being the king. Yunsheng had also guessed this point. Because of Dr. Fan, Yunsheng didn't have a good impression of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. But now that she had the disguise magic and was in Daoi Mountain City, she didn't mind. Yunsheng arrived at the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Daoi Mountain. From afar, she could see a magnificent clinic with glazed roof tiles and gilded beams. Daoi Mountain, as the hunting citadel, had the highest number of hunters coming and going every year. The number of people who came to the clinic for treatment was also endless. Yunsheng walked into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Just as she was about to enter, she saw a 13 to 14-year-old girl begging the doctor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. "Dr. Qi, this medicine is very important to me. My father depends on it to save his life. I beg you, you must help me refine this medicine." The girl wasn't old, but she was very good-looking. Looking at her manner of speech and temperament, she didn't seem to be from a poor family. It was just that the clothes she was wearing were very old. Shoo, shoo, shoo. How many times have I said it? The Medicine Emperor Pavilion doesn't accept customized medicine. Lin Yao, I think it's better for you to get married early and throw away your sickly father. Your father's illness, let alone a single medicine, even if he ate 1,000 of them, they still wouldn't be able to cure him. That doctor had a yellowish complexion and a lustful gleam in his eyes. With a single look, One could tell that he wasn't a lecherous person. As he spoke, he didn't forget to rub his hand on the girl's hand. The girl's expression changed greatly. She pulled her hand away. "Chijio, show some respect. Even if I, Lin Yaoer, only have a single copper coin left, I won't be so cheap as to be defiled by someone like you. Smelly bitch, shameless. This daddy has taken a liking to you because of the good karma accumulated by your ancestors. Do you really think that you are the young miss of the enchanting? Do you believe that this doctor only needs to move a finger and no one in the entire Daoi Mountain would be willing to sell their medicine to you?" After that doctor spoke, he ordered 2 herbalists to push Lin Yaoer out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. That doctor's actions were so vile. But no matter if it was the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion or the guests, they all had a numb expression on their faces. It could be seen that this doctor had quite a reputation in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yunsheng inquired from a guest beside her. Only then did she know that the girl who was chased out was the young miss of another medical hall. Before the Medicine Emperor Pavilion entered the Daoi Mountain, the enchanting was the largest medical hall in the area. But after the Medicine Emperor Pavilion entered, the enchanting declined. The original doctor of the enchanting, who was also Lin Yaoer's father, also fell ill because of this. Lin Yaoer was a beautiful girl. After her father fell ill, she took over the business of the medical hall. It was a pity that she was so young and had to bear the burden of supporting her family. Her father's illness required a large amount of medicine to recuperate. The doctor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Chi San, accidentally met Lin Yaoer and had evil intentions toward her. Not only did he fail to flirt with her, he even wanted to take her as his concubine. Lin Yaoer unnaturally refused, and Chi San used all sorts of excuses to bully Lin Yaoer. This time, it was unknown where Lin Yaoer got a prescription from, saying that it could treat her father's illness. She went to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to request for help to concoct a custom-made medicine, but was humiliated by Chi San instead. After Yunsheng heard the whole story, she glanced at Chi San's ugly face and silently walked out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. From Yunsheng's point of view, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was stubborn, with scum like Chi San appearing one after another. The foundation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was already shaken. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. She didn't mind stepping on its shaky foundation a few more times. Just a few steps later, Yunsheng caught up with Lin Yaoer. After being chased out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Lin Yaoer had a sad expression on her face. Her eyes were lifeless as she walked on the streets in a daze. "Miss Lin, take care." Lin Yaoer heard someone calling her name from behind. Turning around, she saw a young lady standing in an alley not far away, smiling as she waved her hands at her. Lin Yaoer's father, Dr. Lin, lived here. He was 40 years old this year and should have been in the prime of his life. However, after years of suffering from illness, he was as thin as a skeleton. From his appearance, he was old enough to be Lin Yaoer's grandfather. Yunsheng couldn't help but secretly nod. Lin Yaoer was a very flexible person. Although she came from a family of doctors, she subconsciously knew how to integrate magic with her family's medical skills. Her point of view and method coincided with Dr. Fan's. Yunsheng asked Lin Yaoer to help Father Lin up. She saw that the joints of his hands and feet were swollen and were twice their original size. The 2 joints of his feet were red with a tinge of black. If the joints were completely black, the nerves inside would die, and Father Lin's legs would be equivalent to being disabled. Fortunately, we discovered it early and can still treat it. Go find a large wooden tub for bathing and prepare some hot sand in it. Although Lin Yaoer didn't know what Yunsheng was going to do, she still followed her instructions and immediately prepared the tub. Lin Yaoer and Yunsheng had only exchanged a few words, but she didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable trust in Yunsheng. After the sand and wooden tub were prepared, Yunsheng and Lin Yaoer helped the thin and weak Father Lin into the tub. It was like taking a bath. At this time, Father Lin had already woken up. When he saw his daughter with an unfamiliar girl, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Father, this is the doctor I hired earlier, Dr. Yun. She said she can cure your illness." Lin Yao wasn't stupid. She had already seen Yun Sheng's doctor's card. After Father Lin sat in the tub, his body quickly turned red and his face twitched in pain. "Miss, what kind of treatment method is this? Why have I never heard of it?" Seeing her father suffer, Lin Yao's heart was filled with pain. Her father was her only family member left. "Sand treatment, don't be nervous. Just wait for another half an hour." Yun Sheng was calm and wasn't anxious. After waiting for half an hour, Father Lin's body was as red as a prawn. But what was strange was that his originally swollen joints had become smaller. After he left the tub, Yun Sheng took out the fire needle from the Four Seasons glass needles. When the needle pierced his knee, Father Lin felt a wave of heat rush through his body, as if there was a fire burning in his body. Then blood gushed out from his knee. The blood was black and smelly, like poisonous water. Yun Sheng inserted a few needles into Father Lin's joints. Father Lin's expression changed from the initial pain to a relaxed state. His originally heavy limbs also felt normal again. After being plagued by rheumatism for so many years, this was the first time Father Lin fell asleep peacefully. Seeing her father fall asleep, Lin Yao was both happy and worried. "It's not a problem. Other than the rheumatism on his feet, he still needs to combine sand bathing and acupuncture treatment a few times. The joints of his hands will be able to move freely in 3 days." Yun Sheng put away the needles. This was the first time she used the Four Seasons glass needles. It felt much better than she had imagined. Especially with the integration of magical attributes, the effect of the needles was even better when used in special treatment. "Thank you, Miracle Dr. Yin. Yao, I will never forget your great kindness. Yao is willing to be an ox or a horse to repay your kindness." Lin Yao's eyes were filled with tears. Today, Chi San humiliated her in public. She originally wanted to die, but when she thought of her father who was sick at home, as well as the people in the clinic who needed her support, Lin Yao could only hold on. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky to meet a miracle doctor like Yun Sheng. Although Yun Sheng was only a doctor, her treatment method was unheard of in the mainland. Lin Yao secretly guessed that she must be the disciple of the hidden doctor. "I don't need you to be an ox or a horse. I won't charge you any medical fees, but I have a request. I want to borrow your little CI in Tang signboard." Yun Sheng couldn't bear to see people crying and kowtowing. After pulling Lin Yao up, Yun Sheng went straight to the point and put forward her request. Chapter 159. Lin Yao, who still had tears in her eyes, didn't understand. Did she hear wrongly? Just now, Miracle Dr. Yun said that he wanted to borrow the signboard of C.I. Intong? What did he mean by that? The golden signboard of C.I. Intong had long been worthless. If it was 10 years ago, when her father was still healthy, C.I. Intong could be considered as a first-class medical center in Mount Daoi. Dr. Lin was quite skilled in bone setting, treating knife wounds, and poison wounds. Among the hunters, especially among the cultivators, his reputation was very good. But after the Medicine Emperor Pavilion came in, coupled with Dr. Lin's illness, everything was different. Her father had been saved by Miracle Dr. Yun, but he hadn't practiced medicine for several years. His hands and feet had just recovered, and rehabilitation would take a long time. "I won't beat around the bush. I want to use the name of the C.I. Intong to promote personal customization of finished medicines in the Daoi Mountain." Yinsheng also came prepared. She had seen that the C.I. Intong was a typical broken boat with only 3 caddies of nails left. The medicinal herbs here, especially the aged ones, were all well prepared. The equipment here was second only to the ones in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, and it was the most complete set of equipment Yinsheng had ever seen. Needless to say, There was also Lin Yao, who was good at management and socializing. Customized medicine? Lin Yao was simply confused. When Miracle Dr. Yun said something about rheumatism, she didn't understand. Now that he was talking about customized medicine, what was going on? But after seeing the miraculous effect of Yun Sheng's sand treatment, Lin Yao was smart and didn't ask anymore. Yun Sheng went to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today because she was prepared. If she wanted to make money, she had to refine medicine. But after refining medicine, she had to sell it. She had to sell medicine. She would definitely compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was too old and had a good reputation. No matter how good Yun Sheng was at refining medicine, it would be hard for her to get the recognition of the hunters in Mount Daoi. But the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wasn't invulnerable. She took a stroll around the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and discovered a problem. Although the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the #1 pharmacy in the continent and had top-notch physicians and alchemists, the products they sold were all the most ordinary medicine. There were also some people who wanted to buy special medicines, but the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had no way to satisfy them. Earlier on, Lin Yao had begged Qi San to concoct medicine for her, but Qi San had rejected her outright. Because the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was so big, the bigger the store, the bigger the owner would bully the owner. It would definitely concoct the most popular medicine and sell it. By doing so, it would be giving up on the custom-made medicine market. Yin Sheng came from the modern world. She was very clear about the popularity of the personal customization market. Since she couldn't compete with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Yun Sheng decided to walk the path of custom-made medicine. As soon as Yun Sheng told Lin Yao her idea, the smart daughter of the doctor's eyes lit up. As sharp as she was, she had already sensed the business opportunity within. What you have to do is to use the name of C.I. Entong to announce to the public that C.I. Entong has begun to accept alchemy commissions. The herbs can be provided by us, but the prescription and especially precious herbs need to be provided by the customer. We are only responsible for refining. Every time he refined medicine, he would charge a fee based on the grade of the medicine. After deducting the price of the herbs and raw materials, you can take another 20%. Yun Sheng explained the whole process to Lin Yao in detail. Lin Yao listened, but her heart was still a little worried. After all, Yun Sheng just showed her talent in treatment, but she didn't show any ability in alchemy. Whether it was healing or refining medicine, it was very difficult to be proficient in them. Some of the older doctors could only be proficient in one of them. In comparison, Yun Sheng could be considered the disciple of some otherworldly expert, but she was too young. What? Are you afraid that I will exaggerate and ruin the reputation of C.I. Entong? How could Yin Sheng not know what Lin Yao was worried about? Earlier, when Dr. Lin was seriously ill, Lin Yao wasn't worried about the reputation of C.I. Entong. But now that Dr. Lin's health was better, she must think about reviving C.I. Entong. Lin Yao couldn't help but feel guilty in her heart. This is the potion I refined. Yun Sheng took out a bottle of meditation water. After refining the best quality potion, Moon God Water, Yun Sheng became more proficient in alchemy. Although Lin Yao didn't have much experience in alchemy, she grew up in C.I. Entong since she was a child. With such a color and fragrance, it must be a high-level potion. Lin Yao's suspicions about Yun Sheng were immediately dispelled when she casually took out a bottle of high-grade medicine. Early the next morning, a big notice was hung at the door of C.I. Entong. It said, "Starting today, C.I. Entong will begin to accept customized alchemy. For specific matters, please come to the medical hall to discuss in detail." In addition, Lin Yao also ordered the herbalist in the shop to post relevant notices in the restaurants and tea houses in Daoi Mountain. Soon, Qi San and the others in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion also learned the news. After Qi San got the news, he was not angry but happy. Lin Yao, that little girl, is really tired of living. She can even do such a big thing. The herbalist on the side didn't understand. "Dr. Qi, shouldn't we send someone to stop the behavior of C.I. Entong?" "Stop? Not only we can't stop them, but we also have to give them the medicine to refine. Think about it. As long as there is a prescription that can't be refined, enchanting will be destroyed. At that time, the Lin father and daughter will come to beg me. You go and take out the prescription that Jia Baiwan's concubine asked to refine the day before yesterday, and then send it to enchanting to refine. I want to see if enchanting can refine it. 2 days passed, but there was still no news from enchanting. Yinsheng was not anxious. After all, things like customized alchemy have not really been promoted in the Wuji continent. It will take a while to adapt. In the arena, Huang Teng's hunting team still smoothly passed the second and third round of assessment. Yinsheng didn't even use her magic scepter. After the end of the competition, Feng Kuo's face was full of joy. We have obtained a record of 3 consecutive victories. We will directly advance to the next round and challenge the B-ranked hunting team. Just as he was talking, he saw a few groaning hunting team on the other side of the arena. As soon as he saw those hunting team, Feng Kuo immediately put away his happy expression and quickly walked forward. It's the captain of the veteran B-ranked hunting team, Forest Tiger. Their captain and boss Feng are best friends. They passed the B-ranked hunting team assessment last year. Mu Nanyan and Wenrin Xiu also frowned. Those hunting team suffered devastating injuries. Yinsheng was sure that even if they tried their best to heal, they would not be able to be hunting team in the future. After inquiring, she learned that their opponent was the Black Valiant hunting team that finished the 3 rounds of C-ranked hunting team assessment early and entered the final round of B-ranked hunting team challenge. What a ruthless method. Even if the arena had done enough precautions, the Black Valiant hunting team still did things their way and didn't show any mercy to their opponents. Ahem, the hunting team captain lying on the stretcher saw Feng Kuo and struggled to get up. You have to be careful. The Black Valiant hunting team has been promoted to B-ranked hunting team. Chapter 160. The Black Valiant hunting team had been promoted to a B-grade hunting team. This news shocked the 4 members of Huangting. It was only the 3rd day of the assessment. How could Black Valiant hunting team be promoted? He who was too vicious earlier. After winning the first round of the Holy Armor Hunter team, the second hunter team was also severely injured. In the 3rd round, no C-class hunter team dared to compete with Hu again. They directly forfeited. Hu was too cruel. When the Black Valiant hunting team picked a B-grade hunting team to challenge, they chose the Jungle Tigers. Feng Kuo had heard the whole story from the captain of the Jungle Tigers. When participating in the advancement assessment of hunting teams, the assessment of hunting teams of the same level would be arranged by the hunting branch. However, after passing the assessment of hunting teams of the same level, they would be given the opposite choice when challenging hunting teams of a higher level in the next round. Since the C-grade hunting team had passed the assessment, they could freely choose any B-grade hunting team in Mount Daoi as their opponent. The Jungle Tigers had just passed the assessment last year and had been promoted to a B-grade hunting team. Black Valiant hunting team had chosen the Jungle Tigers because of their inexperience. The captain of the Jungle Tigers, Li Tai, was only slightly weaker than Feng Kuo. The other 3 members were also quite strong. They were on par with Wenrin Xiu, Mu Nanyan, and the others. Li Tai and Feng Kuo did not expect that the Jungle Tigers would suffer such a devastating defeat in the assessment field. Even the veteran Jungle Tigers could not stop Black Valiant hunting team, let alone the other hunting teams. Feng Kuo's face turned pale when he heard the news. Today's battle had unintentionally encouraged Black Valiant hunting team. Big Brother Feng, it's the Black Valiant hunting team. 4 burly figures walked out of the arena. The 4 black brothers, who had been promoted to the Black Valiant hunting team earlier, walked out proudly. When he saw the Huangting hunting team, Air let out a shrill scream. Isn't this Huangting? I heard that you guys are quite lucky to meet such soft persimmons. Second brother, your words are wrong. You should say that the hunters of the Great Zhou dynasty are all soft persimmons. After the 4 brothers finished speaking, they laughed loudly. Their arrogance caused the eyes of the hunters present to turn red with anger. The four of them swaggered off. Feng Kuo clenched his fists tightly. His chest rose and fell. Clearly, he was very angry. He roared angrily and slammed his fist on the wall. Immediately, his fist was dripping with blood. It was very ferocious. Boss, Mu Nanyan and Wenren Xiu were also angry, but they had no other choice. Even the jungle tiger had difficulty fighting against He Hu. Huang Tong could not do much either. Moreover, they had Yin Sheng with them. Brother Li is a good man. He saved my life back then. His hometown suffered from a flood in the early years, and many people died. Over the years, all the money he earned as a hunter was sent back to the orphans and widows in his hometown. He had originally said that after 2 or 3 more years of being a hunter, he would go home and marry a wife and be filial to his parents. Damned He Hu! Feng Kuo was furious. If it weren't for Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan stopping him, Feng Kuo's fist would have been injured badly. Then in the next round of the test, we'll challenge the Black Valiant hunting team. A clear and abnormally loud voice interrupted Feng Kuo's actions. Little Sheng, what did you say? You're saying that we'll challenge He Hu? Wenren Xiu's face twitched strangely. That's right. Anyway, we'll have to choose a B-grade hunting team for the next round. He Hu knows how to challenge the jungle tiger, who has the least experience, so we'll follow suit and choose a hunting team with the least experience. There shouldn't be any B-grade hunting team with less experience than He Hu. Yun Sheng blinked as if what she said was a simple truth. Little Sheng, but you've seen the Black Valiant hunting team's ability. Do you think we can win? In fact, not to mention Yin Sheng, the idea of cutting the Black Valiant hunting team into pieces had flashed through the minds of Huang Tong and the other 200s of times. The biggest uncertainty in the battle between Huang Tong and He Hu was Yin Sheng. In the previous 3 rounds of the assessment, Feng Kuo had protected Yin Sheng tightly. However, everything would be different if they were to face the powerful He Hu. The opponent's summoner is a scepter summoner. I'm also a scepter summoner. If it doesn't work, I'll summon the puffed egg. Yin Sheng looked confident. Yin Sheng's biggest advantage was that everyone thought that her beast was Xiao He, who was always by her side. The puffed egg was her last life-saving talisman. When the 3 heard this, they felt that it made sense. In the worst-case scenario, if Yin Sheng summoned her evil beast egg, the cry would be enough to make He Hu suffer. Little Sheng, let's make a deal. If there's an unexpected situation, you don't have to care about winning or losing. Just ask the referee for help. Feng Kuo felt guilty when he thought about letting Yin Sheng take the risk with him. However, the idea of killing He Hu and fighting for the honor of the Forest Tigers hunting squad and the Great Zhou hunting squad was still the upper hand in the end. After making the decision, Feng Kuo went to the hunting team to confirm the matter of challenging the Black Valiant hunting team. However, half an hour later, in the Daoi Mountain, wherever there were hunters, there was a piece of news. The veteran hunting team C, Huang Tong, was going to challenge the new hunting team B, He Hu. This was, without a doubt, the most eye-catching match in the hunter team competition so far. In the arena, the dominating soul hunting team, who had just been released from the ban, completed their 2nd round of assessment. Oh, you mean Huang Tong is going to challenge He Hu? After being repeatedly reminded by Bot 2, Divine Wind finally behaved this time. The other members of the dominating soul hunting team were also very strong. Basically, Divine Wind could win just by squatting on the side. It was only a matter of time before they were promoted to a hunting team B. King, you don't seem to be worried about that little girl. This subordinate sees that you are quite concerned about her. During the few days when the dominating soul hunting team was banned, Divine Wind went to the hunting team branch every day to seduce them with his beauty. He had already found out about the hunting team's assessment. During Huang Tong's matches, he personally went to the scene to cheer. However, he was stopped by General Batu, who risked his life to remind him to pay attention to his image and maintain the dignity of the immortal residence royal family. After all, The immortal residents and Zhou State were not friends. It was better not to cheer for the enemy's hunting team. That little girl will be fine. She is very clever. However, I am very curious about what her summoned beast is. Xiao He beside her doesn't have a summoning mark on it. Divine Wind rubbed his chin. Divine Wind was probably the only person besides Huang Tang's group who knew that Yun Sheng's summoned beast was not Xiao He. Divine Wind decided that when Huang Tang was going to fight against He Hu, he must bring a small stool to the branch arena early to cheer for Yun Sheng. Chapter 161. The challenge with He, who was set for the day after tomorrow. There were 2 days in between for Huang Tang and the rest to rest. After Yun Sheng heard the news, she secretly went to look for Wenren Xiao. Little Sheng, if you want to borrow money, no problem. How much is it? Just let me know and I will give it to you. Wenren Xiao patted her chest and promised. I want to borrow 200,000 Empire gold coins. Yun Sheng did not hesitate and asked for an exorbitant sum. 200,000, no problem. What do you want so much gold coins for? Wenren Xiao's family background wasn't bad. If she hadn't met Feng Kuo, she would have been a typical profligate son of Jade Capital. Therefore, the first person Yun Sheng thought of borrowing money from was Wenren Xiao. Of course, I saw someone in the inn today betting on the outcome of our battle with He Hu the day after tomorrow. The odds are really high. For the battle 2 days later, Feng Kuo asked them to cultivate in seclusion in the inn and adjust their condition to the best. Therefore, Wenren Xiao really didn't know what happened outside. Wherever there were people, there would be gambling. The gambling around the arena of Mount Daoi had been going on for a long time. The hunting branch turned a blind eye to it. This time, the challenge between Huang Tang and He, who was much more popular than any of the previous years. It was even more eye-catching than the competition held at the main venue at the same time. It was said that the admission tickets were sold out as soon as they were released. Betting on our competition? What are the odds? Is everyone betting on us winning? Wenren Xiao was interested when she heard that it was gambling. The odds are very high, 1 to 5. He Hu is 1 to 5, and we are 5 to 5. Everyone says He Hu will win. Yun Sheng did not look disappointed at all. Instead, he looked like a little money grubber. 1 to 5. Which bastard started the bet? We are Huang Tang. We won all 3 rounds in the competition. Why would we lose? Wenren Xiao was very excited. She wanted to go out and find someone to reason with. It's better if the odds are high. Lend me 200,000 gold coins. The odds are 1 to 5. If you win, you can get 1 million gold coins. Yun Sheng refused to let Wenren Xiao go. Little Sheng, let me tell you, gambling is not right, especially when you're still a child. Wenren Xiao had a bitter face. In fact, even he wanted to bet on He Hu to win. Of course, he couldn't let Boss Feng know about this. Otherwise, he would die miserably. But in the end, Wenren Xiao couldn't stand Yun Sheng's pestering and lent 200,000 gold coins to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng promised that she would return the money immediately after the competition. Wenren Xiao wasn't afraid that Yun Sheng wouldn't return the money. Yun Sheng's ability to refine medicine was her greatest asset. Wenren Xiao also remembered that Yun Sheng helped Huang Tang for free this time. After getting a golden imperial purple gold card, Yun Sheng slipped out of the inn. After using disguise magic, she found Lin Yao of C.I. Entong. Lin Yao had been waiting bitterly for Yun Sheng for a few days. When she saw that Yun Sheng had finally come, she heaved a sigh of relief. Without waiting for Yun Sheng to speak, Lin Yao took out a page of prescription. Lin Yao had released the notice of custom-made medicine for several days. On the first day, there was no reaction at all. But early this morning, not long after the medical hall opened, a businessman came to the door. He brought an intermediate-level prescription and a deposit of 100 gold coins. This was the first custom-made order that Lin Yao received. She couldn't help but be excited. Hearing that a custom-made customer came to the door, Yun Sheng took the prescription and looked at it. I've seen it. The difficulty of the prescription is not high. It's only an intermediate-level medicine. You should be able to refine it. Lin Yao looked forward to it. There's no mistake, it's a mid-grade medicine. This prescription, if I'm not wrong, should have been prepared by someone from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. With Yunxing's eyesight, she was able to tell that the paper used to prepare the prescription was specially prepared by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Miracle Dr. Yun, did I cause trouble? But this is really just an ordinary prescription. Lin Yao was shocked. This prescription is called Hibiscus Skin Beautifying Ointment. To put it bluntly, it's a beautifying ointment for women. It looks very ordinary, but it's too ordinary that it's suspicious. Chisen wouldn't simply give us money. Yunsheng furrowed her delicate brows and thought carefully. Then what should we do? We have already accepted this prescription. It's not good to refuse again. Otherwise, it will ruin our reputation. Lin Yao was a little anxious. She thought for a moment, then suddenly her eyes lit up. I know, the price of this cream is very high. There are only a few people in the city who can afford it. I'll send someone to inquire about it. I'll know who bought this cream recently. Lin Yao didn't panic. She sent someone to inquire about it. Sure enough, the news soon arrived. Miracle Dr. Yun's guess is right. That traveling merchant is a fake. The cream was originally used by the 7th concubine of Zhao Baiwan. Who would have thought that after she used it, a lot of small rashes appeared on her face? Zhao Baiwan was angry. He ordered the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to refine a new hibiscus skin beautifying cream. Chisen studied it for a few days, but he couldn't find a way to restore Zhao Baiwan's concubine. He had no choice but to send the prescription back to the Jade capital and wait for the news there. But when he learned that the CI Intong wanted to refine a customized medicine, he had evil thoughts and sent the new prescription over. Chi-san is really shameless. I also secretly checked the condition of Jia Baiwan's concubine. She has a rash on the right side of her face, and it hasn't subsided. I've already invited many doctors, including the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but they are all helpless. Lin Yao was incomparably anxious. Yao, you don't have to be angry. Tell me the situation of the rash on her right side first. After Yun Sheng inquired about it carefully, she quickly came to a conclusion. Bring the prescription over. I'll refine a new medicine. After the medicine is refined, there's no need to hand it over to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. You can directly send it to the Jiao residence. Yun Sheng was sure that the concubine was allergic. In the prescription of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there were several kinds of flowers and herbs. Ordinary people wouldn't be affected by it. It could also achieve the effect of beautifying the skin. But if it was used on someone who was allergic to pollen, they would have a rash on their face. It would be itchy, and it would be an allergic reaction. She only needed to replace the several kinds of flowers and herbs, and then use part of the light element to refine the new plaster. The concubine's allergic symptoms would be easily solved. After the plaster was refined, it was sent to the Jiao residence. Yin Sheng called Lin Yao over. You don't need to worry about the plaster. I have some money here to give you in advance. Help me find a shop in the city that you are familiar with. Be sure to get everything done before the military hunting competition the day after tomorrow. Lin Yao looked at the thing that Yun Sheng handed over. It was an imperial purple card. Chapter 162. If Lin Yao was just surprised to see a huge Empire purple gold card, then she was very surprised to see the shopping list Yun Sheng gave her. A purple gold card with 100,000 gold coins was still okay. Although Yun Sheng's identity and background were still unclear, with her magical medical skills and alchemy skills, she didn't have to worry about food and clothing everywhere. It was reasonable for her to be rich. But what's with the shopping list? 500 blank magic memory discs, 10 baskets of tomatoes, cabbage, eggs and stones, 10 writers and storytellers, 5,000 pieces of Xian paper, some good brushes, and beast blood ink. This was the strange shopping list Yun Sheng gave Lin Yao. Lin Yao grew up in Daoi Mountain. She was very familiar with the various connections in the city. She was also a smart and cautious person. Although she was very puzzled by Yun Sheng's strange shopping list, she still bought all the things at the lowest price before dark. That night, Yunsheng brought a group of storytellers and writers to work overnight. At dawn the next day, the storytellers and writers all went out. For 2 days and 2 nights, when the 3 people of the Haunting Hunting Squad were in seclusion, Yunsheng was nowhere to be seen. Until noon the day after the day, the 3 people of Haunting, who were full of energy, and Yunsheng, who kept yawning, gathered together. Today's battle is very important for us, Haunting. But there's one thing: where there's life, there's hope. No one can blindly advance during the battle, especially Yunsheng's safety. We have to pay attention at all times. Feng Kuo used the dignity of the captain. Even when facing a difficult task, Feng Kuo had never been so serious like today, because he understood that he was facing the Black Hussar hunting squad, which was 10 times more ferocious than magical beasts. Yes, Boss Feng, the remaining 3 people said in unison. Wenren Xiu winked at Yunsheng. She was asking if Yunsheng had bet all her money. Yunsheng nodded with a faint smile. The 4 of them were ready to go. They left the inn and headed towards the hunter arena. Along the way, they saw the hunters walking towards them, regardless of whether they were spectators or participants of the competition on the same day, nodding at them in a friendly manner, causing them to be puzzled. Since when did the Haunting Hunting Squad become so popular? Huang Teng, I have faith in you. Huang Teng, you have to hold on. You have to beat up those later Qin dogs until they can't even recognize their own parents. Huang Teng, the dignity of the hunters of Zhou State depends on you to defend it. In the end, some of the old hunters came over and cheered for Huang Teng. I say, I've only been in seclusion for a few days. Could it be that I've become more handsome? Why are there a bunch of people giving me flirtatious looks? It's making me feel embarrassed. Wenren Xiu almost took out a mirror to admire himself. He thought that it was normal for him to receive some flirtatious looks and kisses from female hunters because of his decent looks. However, at this moment, even some old men were giving him flirtatious looks. This was really not right. It has nothing to do with your looks. The answer is here. Mu Nanyan had a piece of paper in her hand, which was handed to her by a hunter just now. Black Hussar Hunting Squad, Beast Hunting Squad, Public Enemy of Zhou State Hunting Squad. After a line of big titles, there was a piece of promotional paper written like a legendary novel. On it, there was a description of the bad deeds of the 4 members of the Black Hussar Hunting Squad since their debut in indelible beast blood ink. From the moment they came to the arena of Mount Daoi, they would injure and kill people in every game to the Hay brothers' thievery and cheating of the old, weak, women, and children since they were young. Everything was written very vividly. The person who wrote it was also very good. The story was written very realistically. After reading this page, any human would gnash their teeth at the Black Hussar, and any beast would roar at the Black Hussar. Not only that, I also heard that there are storytellers in restaurants, inns, and even markets talking about the various deeds of the Black Hussar. Someone said that the Black Hussar of later Qin came to Mount Daoi this time, seemingly to participate in the assessment, but in fact, he came to eliminate dissidents. He was secretly sent by later Qin to strangle the backbone of the hunters of Zhou State. Feng Kuo also heard a new piece of news. In addition to the Black Hussar's brutal actions, all the rumors were mixed together. The entire Mount Daoi, from the hunters to the commoners, had an extreme resistance to the Black Hussar. However, on the other hand, these rumors that came from who knows where increased the odds of the betting on the battle between Huang Teng and the Black Hussar Hunting Squad. The Black Hussar Hunting Squad was very brutal, and it was very likely that they would kill people in the arena. The original odds of 1-5 were forcibly raised to 1-7. This was the first time in the history of the arena that this kind of betting and the support of the commoners had happened. This point even attracted the attention of the Hunters Guild. Since the establishment of the Hunters Citadel, there had never been a hunting squad that had attracted so much hatred. The more people hated the Black Hussar, the more people supported Huang Teng. After Huang Teng was escorted into the arena like a hero's welcome ceremony, other than Yunsheng, the other 3 people were a little confused. However, everyone quickly put this matter to the back of their minds. After all, the competition was about to begin, and everyone's thoughts were on the competition. Similar to Huang Tung, the Black Hussar had also undergone closed training in the past few days. From Big Black's point of view, Huang Tung was more difficult to deal with than the forest tiger. Although he had the obvious weakness of the doll summoner, the combination of Feng Kuo and Wenren Xiao and Mu Nanyan's magic support were all very big threats. They conducted a rigorous analysis of the three people and analyzed the weaknesses of Feng Kuo, Wenren Xiao, and Mu Nanyan clearly. However, no matter who it was, they did not study Yinsheng. Firstly, she was too young. Secondly, there was no data to study. Yinsheng had never been on a hunting mission, and since she had entered the arena, she had not fought once. Just like that, Yinsheng became a research blind spot. After the four brothers had thoroughly studied, they were determined to defeat Huang Tung. Just as they arrived at the arena, they felt that something was wrong. Along the way, why did everyone look at them fiercely? It was as if they had stolen someone's wife or kidnapped someone's son. Big brother, do you feel that the people around us are weird? Why do they all feel like they want to tear us into pieces? Black 4 was a summoner, and his observation skills were the sharpest. He was also the clearest when it came to people's emotions. He pondered, if looks were knives, the four brothers would have thousands of holes in their bodies by now. You're thinking too much. They're all unimportant people. Big Black did not care. Just as he was about to enter the arena, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. It was as if something had hit his head. Chapter 163. Big Hay's first reaction was that it was a hidden weapon, but when he touched the back of his head, he found a yellow liquid and transparent mucus on his hand. He sniffed and smelled rotten eggs. Which bastard dared to hit me with a rotten egg? Big Hay roared. The match between He Hu and Huang Tung had attracted a lot of attention. With the deliberate exaggeration of a certain black-bellied lowly, it quickly attracted a large number of spectators. In Zhou State, except for a few large A-level hunting groups, all the hunters who didn't have any missions rushed over. But the number of spectators was limited. The spectators who couldn't buy tickets could only wait outside the arena. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside the arena. Big Hay couldn't even guess who hit his head with a rotten egg. Damn it, if I find out who hit me, you're dead. Big Hay was furious. Under the comfort of the other three brothers, he barely calmed down. After Big Hay cursed at the crowd for a while, he walked into the arena angrily. At this moment, a pretty young girl with a few children squeezed through the crowd in the arena. She asked the spectators from time to time, "That's the He Hu private squad. They're as fierce and evil as the rumors say. They're just hunters from the Qin dynasty, but they're so arrogant in the territory of Zhou State. If it were me, I'd smash them with rotten eggs, tomatoes, and stones." When the hunters heard this, they thought of Big Hay's embarrassment just now and felt a lot better. One of them, who looked like a fairy, suddenly called out to them, "Hey, do you have any of those things that can be used to smash people? Give me some eggs, rotten tomatoes. Yes, you even have stones. Give me a few baskets." Hearing the man's words, the eyes of the hunters beside him lit up, and they immediately became excited. Yes, when they entered the arena later, they would teach He Hu and the other three a lesson. So, led by the beautiful hunter whose gender was unknown, the group of people behind all asked to buy all kinds of smashing items. The wealthier hunters had storage mystic artifacts by their side, and the poorer ones had storage bags by their side. No one knew what they had brought into the arena. When all the hunters had left, Lin Yao and a few children carried dozens of empty vegetable and stone baskets with a sneaky smile on their faces. A basket of fruits and vegetables that were usually only worth a few gold coins was now worth dozens of times more. It wasn't until today that Lin Yao found out why Miracle Dr. Yin had asked them to prepare a few days ago. Miracle Dr. Yin must be related to the Huangting hunting troupe. In just 2 days, the pressure of public opinion created by the storytellers and writers hired by Miracle Dr. Yin had turned He Hu into a street rat. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Lin Yao, had only been with Yun Sheng for a few days, but she had already been led astray. In the arena, the referee presiding over the assessment was still his old acquaintance, Lan Lan. Next, let's welcome the Huangting hunting team. As soon as Lan Lan announced, deafening cheers erupted from the entire venue. The hunters shouted, "Huangting will win! Huangting will win!" Feng Kuo walked out with his head held high. Yun Sheng was still sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder, and Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyan were on the left and right respectively. Let's welcome the He Hu hunting team. As soon as Lan Lan finished speaking, the 4 members of the He Hu hunting team walked out with their heads held high and showed their faces. Countless boos could be heard from all directions. Countless cabbage leaves, eggs, and tomatoes were thrown at them. The 4 He Hu brothers were no match for the hundreds of spectators' cabbage leaves, eggs, and rotten tomatoes. Their faces were yellow and red, and they were embarrassed. Even Lan Lan was so scared that she abandoned the 4 of them and immediately fled to a relatively safe corner to avoid this public rage that was coming at them with such ferocious momentum. These people were ruthless. They didn't even throw them away. The cabbage leaves, eggs, and tomatoes were all enchanted with magic and combat skills. Ooh! With a cabbage on his head, Big He roared at the spectators. The hundreds of angry eyes made him shudder. The other 3 brothers were not much better. Their armor was covered with cabbage leaves and eggshells to varying degrees. What was even more tragic was that Big He 3 and Big He 4 were sorcerers and summoners respectively. They were hit by a stone thrown by someone, and their heads were bleeding. They could only bandage their wounds with some medicine. Everyone, please calm down. This is the Mount Daoi arena. You are not allowed to throw anything in the arena. If you throw anything else, please leave immediately. You are not allowed to enter the arena to watch the competition in the future. Lan Lan looked helpless. Looking at the miserable state of the 4 He Hu brothers, she took out a piece of paper and handed it to Big He. The entire Mount Daoi knows what you have done. Today, you are standing in the arena. I will do my duty to stop the people from hurting you. But after you leave the arena, I will not interfere with your life or death. Lan Lan's tone was cold. Her eyes were full of disdain and hatred as she looked at the 4 He Hu brothers. They killed the backbone of the Zhou state's hunting troop and tried to weaken the foundation of the Zhou state. Even if the 4 of them left the arena, they would be hunted down by the major hunting troops immediately. Rumor. This is a blatant rumor. It must be them. Huangting's people are slandering us. The 4 He brothers looked at the piece of paper. On it were various bad deeds of the 4 He brothers, especially the rumor that the 4 He brothers were later Qin assassins. Their expressions changed at the same time. How could this be? Their identities? Who was it that revealed their true identities? The 4 He brothers knew that they were doomed this time. Even if they won the competition, they would have to face punishment from the organization. We, the Huangting, will win fair and square even if we win. Feng Kuo's face was cold. Looking at Feng Kuo's expression, Big He knew that he was not secretly playing tricks. Then who was it that secretly used such a shameless and despicable method to deal with the He Hu brothers? Yun Sheng, who was watching from the side, was very satisfied. No one would have guessed that all of this was done by her. Not only that, there was more exciting content waiting for the 4 He brothers. Yun Sheng clenched the magic scepter in her hand. The dark magic soul in her body emitted a strange black light at this moment. In an inconspicuous corner of the stands, General Ba Tu looked like he was going to vomit blood. "My king, how could you do such a thing? It's a disgrace to you and the royal family of the immortal Jew country." Just now, when the spectators were throwing things, their honorable god Wind King took out a basket of stones from his storage ring and threw them in with all his might. As he threw, he cast wind magic on the stones. Each stone was thrown accurately and fiercely. "Don't be long-winded. The game is about to start." Kamikaze impatiently stuffed a tomato that he hadn't had time to throw into Batu's mouth. He looked at the field with great interest. He didn't miss the devilish smile on the little lowly's face when everyone was throwing things. That little girl really caught his attention. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.